Hey, what's going on, man?
I see your pictures out again.
Well, yeah, I was away. I was trying to get my daughter ready for bed. So, I don't know if it's going to be backwards or not, though. Let me double check here. Camera should kick on here in a second. All right. Yeah, we went grocery shopping kind of late. I was going to try and play a one-shot game tonight, but um, yeah, it just didn't feel like it once we got home at 9 o'clock. So,
Yeah, I bet.
there we go. All right, it's flipped. There we go. All fixed. But yeah, so I don't know. I was thinking about running a one shot tonight, and I earlier today I almost asked everybody to make a elf character, or a half elf or a full elf, whatever they preferred, but um, didn't end up doing that. So, so what's going on? Playing any games lately or anything like that?
My college club had a meeting today. There was a couple of guys that were really interested in playing a D&D or Pathfinder game, and I've been wanting to run 5th edition, so I decided, screw it, I'll do a one-shot or a couple-shot, and show these noobs how to play 5th edition.
There you go. So, did you show them yet, or is that coming up?
Next week, next Thursday, during our meeting, we're going to have them draw up their characters. I'm going to bring my player's handbook and draw up the characters, and I'm just going to kind of go by the seat of my pants with making up enemies in the encounter and stuff. I already know what we're going to do, but we need to get their characters made.
Yeah, I hear you. Are you giving them any restrictions, or just going straight from the book?
Uh, I allow quite a bit of customization, but it's just like talk to me while you're doing it. And I have a thing about ability scores. Usually, I don't let them roll. I just like, look, you have this character in mind. Put the ability scores of what you think they are. If they're a little dumber than the average person, put that as their intelligence score. If they're stronger than the average person, put that. But don't go over what the rules state, which is 20. I mean, come on, who
Yeah.
seriously has 20 strength?
Right, right. What about are you doing feats at fourth level?
Oh yeah, I'm doing the feat system and everything. I'm not sure if they're gonna make it to 4th level.
Yeah, I hear you. Someone corrected me real quick with my Dodge video earlier. And after I actually recorded it the other day after I was released that as it's uploading. I was like, I'll add annotations later. And then it was up for not even 5 minutes. People were like, just so you know, it's not an opposed roll. And I'm like, oh, yeah, thanks. So,
That was a basically the dodge action that you can take in place of attacking, right?
yeah, as a defensive action. Now, somebody said you need to have your move, like, so, okay, so it's my turn. I say, I want to use my dodge as in my action, and I use up all my movement. If I use up all my movement, supposedly I can't use it. Now, I didn't read that in the book. I'm assuming that takes the place of like your attack action.
It
So even if
does.
you use all 30 feet, you'd still have your dodge action.
Yeah, that's the wonder of 5th edition. You can use any amount of your movement at any time during your turn as long as you don't exceed it. And then you can take your action and your bonus action.
Right. Yeah, so I feel like that takes up your
It
bonus
takes your
action,
uh,
your physical
dodge.
attack. Yeah,
Dodge takes up your regular action.
yeah, that's what
Ooh,
I was
Frank.
thinking. Frank has made it. Hey, Frank.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Not much. I was going to try and do a live play tonight, and then I decided it was a little too late for that, and I don't want to stay up real late. So figured I'd do a live chat just to get the boys together and females if any join.
Well, all righty.
He sounded the
Yeah,
horn
no,
in the
it's
game.
it's halftime on Thursday night football, so I saw this. I thought, drop in for a little bit.
There you go. Who's winning
Maybe
right now?
right now it's Baltimore.
Steelers, right? Baltimore Steel and the
Yeah,
Steelers.
yep, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. Hang on a
Ravens and
second. I
Steelers.
need to close my door so I don't bother my wife.
Oh yeah, no problem. Anyway, so I jotted down some video ideas today. I think I added like 15 to my book, so that's pretty good.
That's always nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a
Hi,
rather
Brad.
interesting.
What's up?
Not much. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good, good. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, thank you.
What were you saying, Mitchell?
Because I had a very interesting 5th edition game this Tuesday with Be a Better Game Master Barker. We actually didn't do any combat. It was just straight up role playing that entire time, and that was fun. There was some ability checks, but it was fun.
Nice. Yeah, I tuned in for a minute and you guys were talking about movies. And I was like, this isn't a game.
That's kind of what we do, but my mic kind of cut out, and then my stereo earphones did. I had to completely restart my computer because something happened. I mean, I restarted it and it was fine, and it just cut out randomly.
Right.
Sounds like my brain every now and again. Restart.
Nice. Welcome, Rick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going pretty good. I saw that music video you did. I actually like the idea behind that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like you doing some music for people's games and stuff and taking input on it. I think that could be a really cool idea. I think with the slides with the words, that was a little slow, like the transitions, because I'd read it and then I'd wait like 30 seconds and then it would change. But yeah, I like the idea there.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the whole song to fit in there, and I like putting in a bunch of different stuff. I was just doing it real quick, you know.
Oh yeah, I
But
understand.
next time I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, you guys need to go check that out. He apparently composes his own music, so for games and stuff.
Cool
Well,
beans.
Well, I record for myself, really, and I just have like the stockpile of stuff I have that I don't plan on ever issuing it for anything or using it towards becoming a rock star or anything. So
Cool. I have a friend of mine who's and fellow gamer, and one of his hobbies is collecting movie soundtracks. And he's got them from, God, all kinds of movies. Goes back to the 1930s. You know, he's got all movie scores, and it's just amazing the kind of stuff he can come up with. You know.
yeah, my main idea though is just that like the copyright issue with like online gaming.
Yeah.
You know, like if it's my own created music, then it's not a copyright issue. And if I just let it out there for free, it's not a copyrighted issue.
Are you thinking of putting them up as like MP3s or something, or are you just going to put them on your channel as like a playlist?
No, I'll probably end up getting something together and seeing if I could how I could upload it somewhere for download or something, you know.
Yeah. You could make them like a playlist on your YouTube channel too, which would be really cool. Like you could set them up as like soundtracks for Dungeon, soundtracks for Wilderness, you know, something like that, and then people could come to your channel. You could even just insert some pictures or something over it, and there you go.
Yeah.
And it could be a picture you took of like a swamp or something too. It doesn't have to be like a, you know, anything that's from the internet or something.
True.
Because
Yeah,
you
that's-
mentioned the copyright stuff.
Yeah, we used to use, well, when we did our Star Trek campaigns, we actually used the soundtrack from some of the Star Trek movies. And same thing with Lord of the Rings. They'd use the soundtrack from Lord of the Rings. Worked really well.
Hmm.
Really well.
Yeah, I've used the Lord of the Rings soundtrack before. And it was alright. I mean, it gets the feel across. The problem is people start thinking they're playing Lord of the Rings, even though I'm not running Lord of the Rings.
Well, yeah, but since we were, there was no harm, no foul, so I thought that was really cool.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Hey, I've always wondered, how would I be able to go about making a evil-based campaign? Because that's something I've always had problems doing.
I think you could do it the same way as normal. I mean, you play off the players, see what they're really wanting to do, and then, you know, I mean, just like normal, you give them seeds and go with it. And there's consequences to their actions.
Actually, 4th edition has an excellent supplement, their Book of Vile Darkness. It has a section that's based solely on building evil characters, running an evil campaign. I highly recommend it for that kind of thing.
Book of Vile Darkness?
Yep, for 4th edition. 3.5 also has it, but it's an awesome supplement. I've used it myself for dark campaigns.
Hey, Paul, do you feel
I
like
have
dark
heroes on
campaigns are harder than regular campaigns?
I think they require more maturity, and that's the really troublesome part, because you're dealing with subjects that generally people don't normally come across,
Mm-hmm.
and some people can get really hot and bothered about that stuff. So I think it requires more preparations on the DM side to say, look, we're going to have murder, pillaging, and any other subjects that you want in here. Anyone who wants to play, let's all agree that this is either we have problems with it and we need to change it, or we're okay with how things are. And yeah, but I think the maturity level is the biggest issue, because you can create awesome hooks to create a group of evil characters that doesn't backstab one another all the time. Even
I
though
think
that
I just got a
can be
great
fun.
idea.
Nice! Nice!
Yeah, alright, for my characters I'm going to run for next Thursday, they're all going to be evil, they're all going to be part of this guild. They're a slight pirate guild.
That's a good way.
They're on a ship. See, the thing is, they're going to be there to jack this ship, because it's a luxury cruiser. It's going to sink, though, and they're going to be trapped on this island now. Now they've got to deal with a whole bunch of cutthroats and thieves on this island, and they're going to be having like these choices on a rebellion, or they're going to join up the Empire as mercenaries, or what they're going to do.
That reminds me of Gothic. I'm not sure if you play that RPG. It's a German RPG.
No, I haven't.
It has a similar concept, but it's all prisoners who've been thrown into this kind of magic bubble. And so everyone's a criminal, everyone's an asshole, and everyone's trying to survive. It's really neat. But I've done a similar thing, but as a one-off. And it does work well if you do something like that, throw people on an island. But how about ship combat? That's another subject that's pretty interesting. I've done it twice, and well, more than twice, but with two methods. One of which is to allow players to have roles. So you have someone who's steering the ship, someone who's on the crow's nest, and other people who are reeling in the various ropes and
Oh, you cut out.
crewmen.
There we go.
And another one was the ship was just scenery. So how do you guys feel about that?
Guy, a while back there was a wonderful RPG called Privateers and Gentlemen, in which you played officers on board the ship. That's what you did. That's who your character was. And they had their own combat system. It was called Hearts of Oak. And your character's individual talents could actually contribute to the war game, to what was going on.
That's cool. That's cool.
It was terrific. We did I did one where they were the crew of the British frigate HMS Tiger. You know, wooden ship. She was like a 36-gun, ship of the line. And we had a wonderful time because you could concentrate on the ship. They all played officers. They were all like the third officer. And finally, one guy was like the captain. And it was just, they had a ball.
It's
They
fun.
had a ball.
So what's the name of that RPG again? Privateers and Gentlemen?
Privateers and Gentlemen.
Okay.
From Fantasy Games Unlimited, one of their few games that's actually playable, or at least doesn't take you forever to construct a character.
Okay.
But I know it's been out of print. Wait, no, FGU still publishes. I think you can still get from Fantasy Games Unlimited. Oh,
I'm
hell,
definitely
if
gonna have
that's...
to look that up for sure. It sounds cool.
Yeah, well, I come from a historical miniatures background as well. And a lot of what I do now is skirmish wargaming, where you only have maybe a dozen or so figures on your side. So they tend to get very individualized.
I definitely prefer that over the large-scale battles myself. I think it creates some more interesting scenarios overall. Just you can have a guerrilla fight, whereas you couldn't with a large-scale army. And even when it comes to traditional tabletop RPGs, that's something that I prefer to do. Is instead of making them a part of a big army, it's nice to just send in a small group of troops trusted with this mission, and you can have more stealth elements. You can add more puzzles than just a straight-up war setting where you're sending two big walls of steel against one another.
Yeah, there was an RPG that was out a number of years ago called Behind Enemy Lines from FASA, the old FASA. And it was World War II. and it's what you played was a soldier in World War II. Trouble is you could only play Americans or Brits because they had something about we don't want people, wanting to roll up German characters. I thought, well, hell, that'd be the most fun.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, but when you got right down to it, though, role-playing a grunt in World War II, hey, I'm a member of the 1st Infantry Division. Great. You know what this means? This means you can go out on patrols a little bit, but it's all just really the cog and you're just a little cog in the big machine. So I had a lot of them decided, hey, tell you what, we're going to roll up Ranger characters, which you could do. And I said, yeah, well, hell, even go to airborne school so you can be special service force. That way they could go on commando missions, and those work a hell of a lot better.
Well, that's the thing, like, even with, like, fantasy, it makes more sense to have, like, the commandos because your characters become pretty powerful, Mm-hmm. So it makes more sense why there's only 5 of them running around kicking ass, you know what I mean? Because they're really good at what they do. They're trained for that. They've been training for that.
Yeah, and it gives you an individuality. As you probably, some of you may know, I just recently got Only War, the Warhammer 40K supplement for the Imperial Guard. Talk about something that makes you feel like a little cog in a big machine. But I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, well, I've got a couple of Aliens source books. Hey, we're Colonial Marines, that kind of thing. Or there's ways you can structure those adventures to where you do get a feeling that you're an individual.
Definitely.
So,
and even some of those more intimate scenes that you described, like being a cog in machine, going on patrol, that could be made really interesting for like a very low level scenario.
Oh, it can, yeah.
You take something that would be mundane, and you can have people spot something that's completely unusual and different, and rise through the ranks quickly based on their performance or the scenes that happen. But they still get the experience of being a grunt, and later on you could have them relate with grunts. They could meet a few people who are afraid to do a task, and they could say, hey, we know your duties, we've been there, you've seen us rise through the ranks, so I have some empathy for what you're having to go through, but together we can overcome this.
Well, I always tell everybody, I got a big secret. I spent a year in Vietnam in the U.S. Army. Okay? And I got to tell you, about 95% of it was boring as hell. You were scared shitless all the time, but it was boring. You had routine duties you had to do a little bit. So that other 5% had the very high PST factor. That's pants shitting terror factor. It really was. It was weeks and weeks of boredom punctuated by minutes of absolute, oh shit type thing. And, it's a little hard to role play that, or at least to set up a campaign, but it can be done. Well, what are we doing this? Well, for the next 6 hours, you're going to simulate being on, sentry duty, base security. Oh, well, what's going to happen? If you're lucky, nothing.
Yeah.
It's going to be very uneventful.
And that comes to the passage of time, because in that scenario, for 6 hours, players are doing nothing. I know I would prefer to just say, so 6 hours have happened, or maybe have players roll their perception check, whatever investigation, whatever they need to do, and then based on that, you could say, well, you noticed this weird thing that happened. Or, you know what, nothing happened. 6 hours just passed, and you move on to your next day. Instead of dwelling on it like every hour, you need to have players role play what their character is doing.
Oh yeah, what did you do? What did you do for the last hour? Well, I sat here and smoked my cigar. The highlight of the next hour was me walking over to the edge of the bunker and taking a piss off of it. So I'm on the top of the bunker, and yet at the same time, it gets very, very memorable. Like when you are. This actually, guys, we used to be able to make phone calls home because I was with the communications outfit, so we could use the Mars. And I'm talking to my dad, I'm on top of the bunker. I'm talking to my dad. Want to know how the Chiefs are doing, how this. And all of a sudden, again, green tracers, you can just bump, bump, bump. The 40 millimeters are going off down at our little air strip. I got to go pop the war started again. And it was unreal.
But that just gave me an awesome idea about that. Say you have this war kind of setting, and players receive letters from their family, and you can have some kind of morale system, and you could even just say, so this day you need to decide 3 things that happen, and mundane things that happen that characterize your character. And then you could have them say, oh, a letter came in for you, and it could boost their morale, lower their morale.
Yeah.
That would just be an interesting idea to incorporate.
Oh yeah, I mean it was always interesting. One of the things I did is before I went to Nam, I actually broke up with my girlfriend. I just told her, I just assumed we end this now, so you want to go on, find somebody else, which by the way she did, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. I broke all the ties. Then the funny thing is, I started getting letters. I had this letter from this one girl that I knew, and she sent me a picture, and she's like freaking naked. It's a Polaroid saying, "Yeah, well, when you get home," and I'm like, "Wow, talk about my morale being boosted." Well, I don't know about the morale, but I know something. I know something's rising south of my belt buckle. If you catch my drift, hombre.
Yeah.
But no, it does. Right. It has a tremendous effect.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine.
Really need to add that. It has such potential. Yeah, I'm a big fan for adding a lot of effects and having players.
Even
characterized in that sense.
Yeah.
People have problems.
Even just the idea of, say, you have your party of adventurers. They help the village out. They go on their way. Okay, well, it's cool. And then they turn around, perhaps, so they see this smoke way off on the horizon behind them and realize that's the village. So all the people they know, too bad, the orcs have struck, Only this time you weren't there. It's that feeling, you get that feeling.
Definitely. And that's something that would be really neat to put into just a regular fantasy game where players are traveling from city to city. You could have them receive thanks or a messenger from another city saying, thank you so much for your previous actions, to make them feel, remember something and feel like they really had an impact. Even if things went poorly, maybe the players get called on to help them out and they have to choose whether to continue this main thread that they have going or to turn around and go back to this city or a village that they had helped prior that's facing a new dilemma.
Yeah, there's ways to remember to have the best thing to me, I think, is to have your players always be aware that they're part of a larger world, that there are things going on off stage, that get them, do this, that, and the other. Run into a band of refugees. Going down the road. Well, what happened? Well, this, party of whatever, orcs, trolls, what have you. Greatest. When I ran my Lord of the Rings campaign, and they were fighting the Avari, Eastern Elves, over in the Wilderlands, they'd run across farmsteads that had been burned to the ground with the family slaughtered, in front of them. And they're like, whoa. And I said, well, this is how they make war in the East. This is what they do. This is how they make war. And I tell you what, they built a real hate-on for these people. It was really getting into the, hey, you guys are starting to collect shadow points, because of what you're doing. But, when I told them, and you see the families laying dead in front of their farmhouse, except for the farmer who's been nailed with spears to his barn door, that kind of thing. And they're like, these people gotta die. They gotta fucking die. So when the big buildup came, they never caught them, actually raiding a farm. But they saw the effects, and it built to it, so that when the final battle came against, this band of nomads, they were really juiced. They were ready. It's like, we're not going to allow them to destroy this settlement here. It's not going to happen. They did. My God, was that a brawl! I did use a movie to release parts of a movie to preface the battle. Sir Kenneth Branagh's Henry V, the St. Crispin's Day speech. And then the battle itself is what it looked like. Just how dirty and grubby it was. And, this was not some little clean fantasy. This was the brutality of Dark Ages warfare. This was it. And I also, by the way, would like to make a comment here about movies. If you have ever seen Branagh's Henry V and the scenes for the Battle of Agincourt, and it's dirty, it's muddy, it's just people are being slaughtered. Well, guess what? You look at Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, especially the Battle of Pelennor Fields, which came out, when was that? Henry V was 1989. Lord of the Rings was what, the mid-90s. You could sure as hell see where he got that style from. So you look at the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, for example, in the third movie. That's dirty. People are getting bloody. They're getting gutted. They're getting smashed and beat up. So that's kind of what we did. And when it was over, it was one of these. They were like, yeah, we finally beat them. We killed this, elf warrior, dark elf warrior who led them, and all this and thing. But God, what a price we paid.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, to me, probably, I always like that. I always like to throw that in there. We won, really. Half our group is dead. God only knows how many of these peasants that rallied with us are still alive. We won. One more victory like this, I'm out of fighting forever. I quit.
Hey, Paul, is that your side that's making that humming sound?
Probably.
What is that?
That is a fan that I have under my laptop. Here, let's see if this is better.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. It's just like a steady hum. I was like, I think that's Paul.
Yeah.
So I've never talked to you before, I don't think, dude.
I watched your videos though.
What's your username or whatever on YouTube?
It should just be Paul Messier.
Paul Messier?
Very original.
Spelled like the hockey player?
Yep, related.
Are you really?
Yep, second cousin.
That's awesome. He's a legend.
What team?
He was the Rangers, the Canadians. Yeah.
Lots of stuff.
Mark
Good
Messier.
stuff.
Yeah.
Lay's commercial.
Oh, okay. Okay. Paul, where about you from?
Well, I was born in Surrey, Vancouver, BC, Canada, and raised there for a bit. Moved up to Kamloops, BC, and then I went back to Vancouver for schooling. And then I went to Calgary before that, which is in Alberta. But now I'm back in Kamloops. So, yeah, not quite a simple answer, but that's it.
Kamloops.
That's awesome.
That's what Canadian Forces base there, isn't it?
Sorry, I missed that.
That was Canadian Forces base there in Kamloops.
I'm actually not sure. I'm not too well versed in. Let's just Google. There we go. Answer everything.
That's right, Paul. Use your Google foo.
Exactly.
My Google foo is.
Yep, you're right. It was a Canadian Forces station. Holy
Frank
shit.
knows everything about everyone's military.
Man,
We'll find out.
I did not know that.
Well, remember, I used to write for Twilight 2000,
Mm,
You know,
no.
so yeah, I know a lot about a lot of. Well, as long as it's 1980s military, I guess it's okay. But no, I
Hey,
did.
Paul. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, hey, Paul, what games do you play?
What do you mean? Tabletop or video games?
Any of it, actually. I mean, we'd start with tabletop, but yeah, then we can go into video games.
Well, I haven't really explored too much because I've largely had to be the person to pick up playing tabletop games, and be the dungeon master, always be the game master. So I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, and that's a near and dear system in my heart.
Which edition?
11th and 5th. I've played them all. But something always wasn't really right with me for my style of DMing, and I've just found that the 5th edition really works for that. But yeah, Shadowrun is one that I really want to play, and I have the books for. I like the idea of World of Darkness, but again, it's rare to find people who want to play those kinds of games.
Have
At
you
least
checked out
here.
the tabletop RPG one-shot group yet?
No, I haven't. I have not.
Check it out. Right now we're up to 90 active members there, and I think this week alone, I think there's like 3 games people are talking about running.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I think they're all still open. I think they still have a couple more spots to fill, but yeah,
Nice.
I mean, it seems to be working to match people up to play these games that they can't find players for. So definitely give it a shot.
Definitely. Yeah, I've had problems using Roll20 for that. I've tried to run 3 campaigns or 3 adventures with Roll20, and the problem that I've had is just people say they want to play, they join, they don't show up, there's very little communication, and
Yeah.
That's just the most frustrating part of being a DM, if you ask me.
Right.
But
Yeah, I ran a 5th edition game through it. Didn't use Roll20. I just used this, and I trusted people's rolls on the other side, you know. Because, whatever. If they're fudging it, I'll just reverse polarity it, and see what happens then. But, yeah, it seemed to go pretty well, and I think that's what a lot of other people are planning on doing. I know Robert Ogre is going to be running a Ninjas and Super Spies game in a few weeks, probably. AJ Pickett's running a Heroes Unlimited game on Saturday, which is full. So I know there's games going on, and it'll be a great chance to obviously find people for those games, just to
I appreciate
give it a shot.
it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh,
finding local
yeah.
people's tough.
Yeah, besides,
Yeah.
Juice's 5th edition game was fun. Being a tiefling bard with a penchant for disco lighting.
Figures
Yeah.
demons look like disco.
Yeah, well, I was about ready to break out into a couple of KC and the Sunshine Band, numbers. But,
Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know though. I tend to. I vetoed the dragon. Have always vetoed the Dragonborn and the Tiefling with exceptions, just because I feel Tieflings belong in the Planescape setting. Just kind of like Mulls and I'm trying to remember the insect race of the Dark Sun universe. So at least that's my point of view, and I just don't
Yeah.
like Dragonborn. They just don't fit
Everybody
to me.
seems to hate on the Dragonborn.
Well,
No
yeah.
love.
When
So-
you're a
No,
tief-
no
when
love.
you're-
Hey,
When you're
Paul,
a
is it
tiefling,
the
you get no
balance that you
love.
don't like, or is it just that you associate them with different settings?
The Tieflings, it's with a different setting, and I feel that they're so specialized in the, particularly like when you look at Planescape Torment, at least that video game, they fit very well with the themes that are going on there because of their origin and just kind of this dark pact that they constantly have to deal with the abyssal kind of planes. Whereas the Dragonborn, I feel like they don't fit in terms of flavor. Mechanically, I don't have a problem with them. It would just have to be the right setting, the right
Yeah.
mix of things.
All the players decided to make monster races, so we kind of went with
That's fun.
Yeah, we went with the Outcast theme and stuck them in an Outcast establishment, and I just I winged the whole session. I was just like, this is what happens.
Horde of
So-
zombies.
Yeah, I threw zombies at him. I couldn't think of anything else on the spot. It just seemed to work.
Well, that and you wanted to test the zombies because of their weird way of how you have to kill them.
Yeah, there's in the book it says they make a save. It's like a undead fortitude or something like that.
It's cool. I love it.
Yeah, I really like it because it makes it so it's not just 0 hit points done. You know, I mean they have a chance to keep coming if people are rolling poorly.
But if
So-
you roll a crit, then they're dead. I love that.
Yep.
I think it's really awesome
Yep.
that they're doing that.
Or that
Uh,
radiant damage too. If you do radiant damage.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, anybody here got access to the new monster manual?
I've been asking around and I haven't found it, but I want it so bad.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, it's not supposed to be out in Wizard Play stores for another couple weeks, I think. Like another
Oh
week
yeah,
or two.
I know.
Yeah.
Because what I'd like to do is one of the races I like to use as monsters are the gnolls.
Yeah, Knolls are fun. Knolls are fun. Even as I haven't done a player race, but I can see them working as a player race in a darker campaign, like the initial conversation when I joined. That would be a great race. Even hobgoblins, you could add those as a great race for a dark campaign.
I love the goblins.
Palladium Fantasy has all of that as races you can pretty much play. I mean, they have it so you could, the rules are in there on how to do it pretty easily. But yeah, they have Wolfen, Coil, which basically are gnolls, and Wolfen are kind of like just giant werewolf men. I mean, they're not werewolves, they're wolves, but they're bipedal. And they take after Spartans, kind of, with their gear and their militaristic ways, which is kind of cool.
Space Wolves, cough.
I don't know.
Just so you guys know, the Monster Manual comes out a week from tomorrow,
Okay.
There you
Okay.
go.
Good
Thanks,
stuff.
Brad.
19th.
Thanks,
There
Brad.
we go, the man with the facts.
Brad knows everything.
Yeah.
I'm glad he does. By the way, another movie recommendation. There's actually a movie called Wolfen. It's an old one from the 1970s. But if you want to see an example of what I think is very well run in supernatural investigation, it's downright eerie. Watch that one. I believe it's still on Netflix. I know it's on Amazon.
Will do. I love my horror.
It's very, very good. You could tell how dated it is because they haven't built the World Trade Center yet. And
Well, I
where?
love Evil Dead, and that's from the same era.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of strange to watch that because they actually did a lot of filming in the area where they built the World Trade Center, which was pretty much all slums and was devastated urban. And it's perfect setting for that. Kind of just creepy ass on occasion. Who started Albert Finney. And a very young Edward James Olmos, a Commander Adama from Galactica. And
He's a good
really,
actor.
yeah, it's really good. It's a good way to do an investigation.
I'm definitely going to check that out now.
Yeah. See, I do a style that you would probably call accumulation of events. Things happen, there are incidents, and people keep going, and they're, well, this happened. Jesus, I wonder. And as you investigate that, you keep going, something's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think in movie terms it's called the reveal, when the monster finally shows up.
Yep.
Like they did in the most recent Godzilla movie. He was only on screen for about 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, when he showed up, it was impressive as hell. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. I liked it a great deal.
I managed to pull that off really well in the Dark Sense campaign as well.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
It's a really good way to set up a story with just stuff that's happening in the world, and it doesn't seem to be connected or intertwined in any way, but you can have it build up where the mystery of what's going on you can reveal a little tiny bit of that, and then keep having that anticipation build.
Yep.
And at the very end,
Yep.
reveal something that's completely out of left field, but still makes sense and ties everything together.
Yeah. Another movie like that is an old Hammer science fiction movie from Hammer Studios called 5 Million Years to Earth. And it's a perfect example of accumulation of events / evidence that leads up to the climax. That's the logical outcome of what you've seen, happen. And I like that. So it's very, very well done. Again, I recommend it highly. I'm not a real big fan of current horror movies because to me they're horrible.
I'd agree.
It's all splatter and guts. Come on, folks. I saw that for real.
Mm-hmm.
I got enough of that. Give me something with a little thought to it, a little, intelligent direction. And then or give me something that's just downright, ass-kicking fun like Guardians of the Galaxy.
You should check out Sinister and Insidious. Those are two excellent newer movies that have excellent directing. The tension is there. They have a really good payoff and great twists to them. So if you're looking for, it's hard to find good horror movies now. There's so many jump scares, so many, and like you're saying, there's that splatter porn kind of horror movie that seems to be really popular.
You guys are referring to Saw, basically?
Not just Saw. I actually like the first three. The first three Saw movies are awesome.
Where they tie things together and everything?
So awesome. But
yeah, I love that.
They switched directors, though, halfway through the Saw series, so you can't...
Yeah, it ended pretty lame.
Agreed. But yeah, I'm talking also like the Chainsaw Massacres. And even in like
those new
Chucky,
ones, yeah.
Even Chucky wasn't that good, the newest one. But
You
yeah.
guys think Cabin in the Woods?
Sorry?
Oh, yeah.
Woods?
Cabin in the Woods is excellent, Brad.
Yeah. Of the newer movies in horror, that's probably one of my favorites.
I haven't watched a lot of horror movies lately. I almost feel like since I've had my daughter, I'm just like not wanting to watch that terrible stuff. But I grew up watching all horror movies. I used to take my sister to horror movies all the time. But
Well, you should avoid the Last House on the Left. They did.
I have seen that.
Yeah.
I have seen that.
It's awesome, but it's disturbing.
Yeah.
There are two more that I really enjoyed. The first one's from 1960, called The Haunting of Hill House, based on Shirley Jackson's.
Sorry, I've heard a song about it.
But
There's a current underground song about it, actually.
And it's just a black and white movie from 1960, directed by William Wyler. And to me, I've used it to lecture at university classes on, you want a textbook example of how to scare the crap out of your audience? How you do it without ever seeing a monster. You never really see what it is. You just know it's there because it makes its presence known. It's the perfect example of what is it Lovecraft said? The oldest emotion in mankind is fear, and of that the strongest is fear of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfect example of that. And then
Check out VHS for that kind of thing too. It's a found footage series, and none of the stories are connected, but they're really creepy. It plays on that same vibe of the unknown.
Yep. And then the other one is another old Hammer horror movie called The Gorgon, which again is a wonderful mystery. The reveal, though, the reveal actually lets it down because the makeup effects are really bad. They would have just been better off keeping the Gorgon in shadows, But that's man.
Hey, Paul, you've brought up a few different. You've brought up Dark Sun, for example. Do you play a lot of published settings, or do you play homebrew?
I do a lot of homebrew, and I handpick published settings and alter them. So I really like Dark Sun because it's so out there, so different. And I have the second edition box sets, so I use that for reference. But I like to heavily alter it. Like my last Dark Sun campaign focused on the Templar who took over one of the Sorcerer King's places as king. And so I I used the characters but altered things heavily. I like Ravenloft, and I'd like to see it done well again. But aside from that, I like to do homebrew, and my last serious homebrew was kind of a sort of a mirror setting of Dark Sun, with some of the same concepts. A lot of weapons are hard to come by, or they're not made of great material. You have to deal with starvation. You have to deal with the temperature. That was a mechanic that I added. Players could check their temperature and do things to alter it. And travel is difficult, but you can travel places. I like intimate campaigns instead of the globe-trotting ones, personally. But yeah, I guess that answers your question.
Yeah, you did.
But yeah. How about you? What do you like to use? Published settings, or do you like to go off on your own and create worlds?
I used to be a published setting kind of person. You know, no matter what it was. I mean, I tried to run Heroes Unlimited using the Century Station setting for it, which went okay. But I always felt like if I deviated from the setting, that, you know, I try to reel it back into the setting. So I kind of hampered myself with that. I did the same thing a little bit with Pathfinder. Or actually, Palladium Fantasy I did it with a little bit. But Palladium Fantasy kind of leaves things open. So it's pretty easy to go off the cuffs, I feel. And then, like I said, I did it a little bit with Pathfinder, but the problem is the adventure paths. I'd see a new adventure path come out, and then I'd be like, well, that's not possible in my game, because I screwed it up already. You know, so yeah, I used to be published setting, but I'm trying this last couple months to really do more homebrew, and I took a world that I was world building a while back on my channel, and I'm using it for the D&D one-shot that I did for them. I used my homebrew, and we will be playing a couple more games of that, and then I'm using it for my current Pathfinder campaign. So.
Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, Mr. Messier, don't be talking bad about my boys here, okay? Don't be talking bad about my boys.
No, I won't. I won't. No way.
Actually, I do a lot of modeling as well. You know, build plastic models and such like that. But what I do is I'll play in I'll play in a universe, but I'll roll my own within the universe. I did a Babylon 5 campaign, which never took place on the station. It was set in that universe, but it was, where was it? New Melbourne, an Earth Alliance colony, with its own set of problems, you know, stuff like that. I've done a lot of that, like with the latest iteration of Lord of the Rings. You know, Adventures Over the Wild. They give you this wonderful world. It's basically a sandbox. You know, and by the way, for those of you that really care, yes, I got the PDF of Rivendell today. And all I got to say is the Rangers of the North kick ass.
Rangers always kick ass, man. Love Rangers.
But actually, this is actually, by the way, a perfect example of if I introduce these into a campaign of mostly the characters from the wild, you know, from that particular milieu. How do you balance it out? Because, you know, they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough-ass mothers. You know, and the same way with the elves of Rivendell. These are the ancient elves. These guys are not the little wood elves, you know, forest elves. These, you know, we're talking Elrond and his people. And I've seen that actually in another Lord of the Rings campaign I played in, where the GM's wife, or I think she was his ex-wife by then, I don't know, she brought in a character from another campaign. It's now a 1,600-year-old high elf. And she's slinging magic like it's, you know. I'm thinking, am I playing Dungeons and Dragons? Because she's firing off these spells like at nobody's business. But that's not the way magic works in Tolkien's universe. You know, that's just not the way it works.
It's always tough when new supplements come out And I noticed this particularly with 4th edition, especially with their options series or the power series. You'd have the new options just outclass the old ones. Like they weren't even thinking about balance, what they'd previously done. And I know I ended up having to veto quite a few feats, quite a few, I guess, new builds, because they were just so powerful that it ruined the experience. It really did.
Yeah, I mean, I've already got both the supplements for Only War. First one of which is the Emperor's Hammer, which is, hey, look, guys, this is your expansions for your basic, grunts out of the core book. Oh, great. And then the other one is Shield of Humanity, which deals with the technical services. And I'm like, someday I guess I'm really just going to go ahead and spend money and buy them in hardback, but right now. By the way, again, it's a good system. And I'll tell you why I like it, because they're not genetically enhanced super warrior space marines. These are the grunts. These are the men and women that just go out there every day and defend the Imperium. Mm-hmm. Even if I happen to think the Imperium's a pile of crap, but I was never a big, I played 40K as a skirmish game about 15 years ago. And as some of you guys already know, I got out of it because getting too expensive, getting too crazy, shit like that. And
I was never able to start because of that. I had a couple friends who played Warhammer 40K, and I really wanted to build a Space Wolf army, but when I looked at how much it would cost me just to start, it was over $300, and I just didn't have the money. The paint, the tools, the green stuff, and I'm not that great of a painter.
The green stuff? What's the green stuff?
It's called green stuff. It's putty, like Play-Doh kind of stuff, and you'll solder off pieces of your miniatures to put them in custom poses. And it's called green stuff, and it's ridiculously expensive. It's like $30 for a tube of it. It's something like that.
Yeah, I've got I've got the El Cheapo package of it. It's actually epoxy. It's a blue, and there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
We got it.
Yeah, we got it. Thank you, Brad.
Stuff.
Brad has been telling me all about like how I should paint miniatures in the correct ways and all the techniques, and then he always tells me all the money I can spend on miniatures, and I'm like, yeah, you suck.
Actually, that's the reason why I see that that RPGs tend to be more popular than, for example, historical miniatures. Simple. I go out and I don't even need to buy the book. I just need friends who have the book. Mm-hmm. Hand me the character sheet and the dice. I'm ready to play. I'm ready to participate.
Yeah.
Then I turn around and I look at the stuff I have in my collection, and I've got a full, for example, U.S. airborne platoon from World War II in 28mm miniature. I
have miniatures. I can't afford to spend $20 for a 4-pack that I don't even know what I'm getting.
Mm, yes.
Oh yeah. No, that's why I do historical, and that's why I use a lot of the historical minis. You can bet that a lot of these plastic, like the Vikings I do, and all the the Dark Ages warriors are going to wind up on a tabletop in a fantasy game.
Probably.
Yeah, it just makes sense. Like the Knights, I have just got in today the Templar Command set. And you fully armored, fully chainmail armored crossbowmen. And,
what scale are those?
Those are 28mm.
Oh, cool.
They're really they're a great value, Brad. I think if you go to either the War Store. Where are you located at, Brad?
Just west of Indianapolis.
Okay.
Brad does some awesome stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen him on the DM's Craft forums or DM's Craft Facebook page, but he does some really nice work.
Most of it I steal from Scotty, so it's just copying him.
But no, yeah.
Well, you're good at copying him. You're better than me. I've tried, and mine looks like garbage.
But no, you get, for example, some of them obviously been pulled out of the package. This is listed at $49, but I got this from War Store for a little cheaper. Foot Sergeants. They make up all kinds of neat. You get sprues in there. These are the knights. Let me take out one of the sprues here. I always love doing this. I like showing off my toys, boys. But you get stuff
too is the codex. That gets updated so often that you feel like you have to go buy the codex and you have to buy the new.
Oh no! Oh God, that was driving.
It's insane. You want me to pay $90 for a book and another $90 for the book for a second book to play this game? So that's on top of your miniatures, which are going to cost you $300 to start.
That's how much it is for Warhammer?
Yeah, Games Workshop is ridiculous. I don't
bullshit.
purchase anything from them.
Wow.
I had a buddy who just trashed it because he couldn't find anyone to play. He just had this massive Tau army, and he just said, "Screw it."
A number of years ago, I had a friend of mine I worked with. I had a friend of mine that I worked with who was asking me about figures for like Warhammer, and I took him into one local hobby shop and I showed him. Oh well, yeah, these are Old Glory. These are metal 25 millimeter or 28 millimeter Byzantine, for example, soldiers. Make perfect civic guard, and you get 30 of them for about $30.
Yeah, my uncle I know had a full closet of Warhammer armies, and I know he never played it, and he collected them for years.
Yeah.
So
then Games Workshop came out with the dictate that, sorry, you can't use anybody else's figures in our official tournaments but ours.
Well, yeah, I understand why they would do that though. It's the same thing with like Pathfinder Society saying you have to use core book and they restrict you so you don't make things unbalanced and stuff.
No, I mean I'm just talking about the figures. I'm not talking about you say, okay, well this is my whatever you want to call it out of Games Workshop's Warhammer book, only they're lead and they only cost me $1 each because they're from Old Glory, and Games Workshop said, that's enough of that shit. It's
a business decision.
Yeah, and I think overall it turned out to be something of a bad one because GW is in a hell of a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah.
Well, lower their prices and people will buy it again.
I agree.
Yeah, they priced themselves out of the market, which has happened to and any number of businesses, that price themselves out of the market.
Yeah.
Well, it's getting close to miniature trains. That's almost a dead art in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad. I was worried when people started complaining about the new D&D, and they're like, "Oh, it's $50 per book," which I actually think is pretty much on par with other games anyway.
Yeah, it is.
But everyone's like, "Oh, it's too much." I was worried people were not going to go buy the book because of the price. I mean, it's a little smaller than most $50 books, but
if you order online though, Chapters or Kohl's has half off right now, so technically it's only $25.
Wow.
So check that out if you don't have a copy. But yeah, so I think that 5th edition at this point is going to outsell every other edition on its release.
I'd have to agree with you there. So I'm a guy that doesn't really play D&D. I take part. I got the player handbook so I could play in Juice's one shot.
Hear that, Wizards? I'm selling copies of books for you.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And also, too, so I could have it in my collection, because it is popular. And so he says, hey, Frank, you want to gen up a character and play? I'll at least know what to do. I can participate.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a topic related to role-playing games that I think would be an interesting discussion.
Okay.
Multi-classing. It's something that I know I've never liked in any of the previous editions. I think they've handled it poorly, personally. And I've just decided that I won't use it. I'd rather they create new classes that are what you would get out of a multi-class than letting people build these characters from the two different classes, especially 4th edition's version. It was very confusing and unwieldy to do. Ultimately, you'd be making your characters so underpowered compared to the other classes that it just wouldn't be worth it. So how do you guys feel about multi-classing, the way that it's been presented, whether we need to, whether multi-classing should be an aspect of the game, or whether new classes should just be made instead?
I like the way 5th edition did it now, where it's not so much where you have the option to multi-class, but instead each particular class typically has a way of those different styles of each one. Like the fighter has the champion, the battle master, and the eldritch knight. That's kind of the main.
Yeah, but that's not
play
multi-classing.
style.
That's going into your
I
style.
know, but it gives you the option similar to a multi-classing. So usually most option one with the fighter would be going mage, I mean a wizard or sorcerer. With the eldritch knight option, you don't have to no longer multi-class out of it.
Because of the features, yeah.
Yeah, besides, I would really miss playing my fighter magic user vending machine repairman. In terms of multi-classing, I only did one multi-class character, and that was early on out of, I think it was either 1st or 2nd edition. And I did it as, oh no, I've done 2 of them. The first one I did was an assassin magic user. However, the game master ruled I could only get the 1st level with assassin, because then I decided, and I said, oh yeah, he's decided he's going to spend the rest of his time studying magic. It's better than sneaking around alleyways cutting people's throats. But I still had the spider climb ability and a couple of those others. Didn't unbalance the game. And it made for an interesting character because his name was something like Elik Ibn Sarazar, who was a half-elf, and the other half was Arab. He looked like a Vulcan Groucho Marx. The running joke about Elik was he had a charisma of 16 till he dropped his pants, and then it went to 1800. So, the guy we had running the campaign added enough of the farce to it. Just it made it fun.
Mm-hmm.
It made it fun.
It's funny you brought this topic up. With Pathfinder's Advanced Class Guide book, basically talks about what you're saying, mixing 2 classes to make it into 1 class. The new D&D, there's obviously mechanical advantages to doing it in certain order. You start with a wizard, and then you take fighter as your multi-class. Then all of a sudden you can basically do most of the things a fighter can do. Whereas you do it the opposite, and this is everyone's biggest gripe, it seems. You take fighter, and then you take a wizard, and it's not as mechanically advantageous. And so a lot of people have complained about that. I've never really done a lot with multi-classing in any game. If a player in my game wants to do it, I sort of allow it. If they're at low enough level, I kind of expect that in their backstory there's kind of a reason that when they jump to the other class, say at 2nd level, that they already kind of had a background in it before 1st level. If you've been playing 7 or 8 levels, regardless what your class is, you go to take a multi-class and something else, I feel like there should be a build-up somehow, like in-game training or something along those lines, because you can't. It just doesn't make sense that you have this tank of a fighter that maybe has a decent dex, and all of a sudden at level 8 he's awesome at rogue skills. Yeah, so it's something they need to work at, I think, from a role-play perspective. Not that I won't allow it, I just feel like you should build up to it a couple levels in advance, just so we get the idea where you're going with your character. But I don't pay too much attention to the multi-classing rules in any game because it doesn't seem to happen enough in my games to warrant worrying about it too much.
Yeah, and for those very reasons, I've actually just gotten rid of it. I'm okay with, say someone talked to a trainer or someone who can train them on something, I'll give them an extra proficiency, whether it's weapons, whether it's a skill, whether it's armor, or maybe a class feature. I'm picky on that. I may end up doing, you have to sacrifice the feature you are gaining to get the other class's feature. or any of the other classes features that are lower level that you want. That might be how I do it, but again, it wouldn't be through this. You wouldn't have the same problems as you do with the wizard fighter combination. It just takes away the specialization, I feel, and that's what I love about a lot of tabletop games, or even just RPGs in general. I like taking on a role, having a specific specialization, and I need other players to balance my faults out. It creates that cooperative nature to the game that I feel is lacking in any video game or in, I guess, any other medium.
Yeah, one of the things that I used to complain about in a lot of modern games, when they would do like Modern Army, you say, okay, well, your career is a ranger, Army Ranger. Well, no, Ranger is a qualifier. Means you had specialist training. It's like airborne training. You went to jump school. You can be a freaking cook and be an airborne ranger.
Yep.
And be a cook. And that's your main thing, is a cook. But you've got the skills for paratrooper and for ranger.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what, but they are qualifiers. They go on your MOS.
I'll be right back. Someone's knocking at my door.
Okay, Paul. Mitchell brought up a good point. He's obviously left, but he was kind of going there, I think, with like the way the classes are in the new D&D, for example. They offer archetypes and things like that to give that feel of multi-classing without actually multi-classing. Also, when your characters get to 4th level, there's feats that kind of allow that too. Nerdarchy, and I've said this in other videos, Nerdarchy did a good video about the feats and how a lot of them don't have a lot of restrictions. Some have prerequisites, but some don't. And for instance, one of them is a healer. Well, it allows you to heal people much like a cleric would, and you could be a fighter and take this healing, feat at 4th level, So that's kind of nice that you can then do that instead of multi-classing, I think.
Yeah. And you can also incorporate the races into that as well. Like, you could be a mountain dwarf and become a wizard, and you're like David did that I think in one of his games, Nerdarchy also.
Yep. Or the elf, and then you have a cantrip and things like that. Yeah. I think that's awesome actually that they do that, so you can. I've been hearing people say there's not enough options. For instance, Mark Knights, I shared his video today. He posted in his video that there's not a lot of options, and I actually feel like there's a ton of options. You got the classes, which then you break it down into subclasses. You have almost 20 options just right there. Now you take those 20 options and you can go through any of the classes. I mean, are you really going to play all of those, variables throughout the next 5 years of your life? Probably not.
Yep.
So I feel like there's a ton in there.
Again,
class options. Is that what you guys are talking about right now?
I kind of talked about how I think that the new D&D does a good job with allowing, as Mitchell was saying before, they got the archetypes, for instance, for the different classes, but then you also have feats that can give you some different feels that also can give you like a multi-class kind of feel, like the healer feat and things like that. And then I went into saying how some people have complained that there's not a lot of options in this new player's handbook.
Bullshit.
yeah, that's my point. There's almost 20 classes and subclass options alone. Then you throw on the classes on top of that, which then have their archetypes, and I mean, there's just so many different like builds you can do. Even if I just say I'm a mountain dwarf and I want to be a cleric, well, there's 7 domains or something, 6 domains. Okay, great. It's not as many as Pathfinder. Whoop-de-doo. There's still a ton of options. Then there's spell combinations. Then there's feats you can take. I mean, there's just so many options. I don't. This game, this book alone, as long as I have some monsters, which are supposed to be coming out with the basic PDF in the next couple months, I'll be able to play this forever, probably.
It has tons. I mean, I love that there was a comment in one of the videos I saw today about the feats being too powerful, and they really aren't because
it's because they don't understand the feats.
It's huge. It's huge. Yeah. If you get another modifier on top of things, that affects everything, man.
Was that the 48-minute video from Mark Knights?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's who I'm referring to.
It's just I
don't think he understood the feats.
Short-sighted.
Well, he comes from Pathfinder. you get feats at almost every level. You
Yeah.
know, it's
And
different.
with 4th edition, you get feats almost every level.
Yeah,
Right.
where I come from with a lot of the adventures that I do or I did with the military is that you've got all your stuff usually on board in terms of skills before you even start play.
Hmm.
Like in Twilight 2000 or in Merc 2000, I had one friend of mine. She wanted to play. She said, "I've never played a military RPG before." She said, "I want to play the medic." Okay. And just from looking at options, she rolled up a hell of a medic. A former EMT who was also a member of the 82nd Airborne Division. She was an airborne, medic, stuff like that. She was a damn good shot. I remember that. I remember the character's name, Roberta Watson, known affectionately as Doc. You know, and she, it's the idea, but she had all of her qualifications on board originally, as it were. Because you're going to go, oh my God, you've got, medic 6, you've got this, you've got that, you're jump qualified, and they're already there, and you start like that. And then that's running like a mercenary mission.
Yeah.
You're looking at private military contractors who are benefiting from years of experience already, and they go out there and they know what the hell they're doing.
Hmm.
Because you saw that. Did anybody here see that post I did from Cracked about the way Hollywood gets firefights wrong?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh, that had some great stuff in there that you just, and this was done by 2 guys that have done it for real. One of the things they talked about is a lot of times people don't realize they're going to run out of ammunition.
Yeah.
And
Right.
he talked about getting in a firefight with a bunch of folks. I think it was in South America. That's all the further he would go about it. And they're blazing away with their AK-47. All of a sudden, hey, I'm out. Oh shit! What do? I don't know what to do. You
Yeah.
know.
First person that needs to reload is dead.
Right.
That's usually like a rule of thumb.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to even like you're talking about their specializations with having all your stuff that you need as a medic, well, I think 5th edition does an excellent job of doing that with its classes because at first level, with I've run it 3 times with 3 different groups. Each player has mentioned that they really like how capable they feel, and they really feel that they have a strong set of skills as a fighter. Choosing their archetype, their fighting style alone, that changes things drastically. I mean, I remember 4th edition, I had one guy who constantly wanted to play Garrett from the Thief games, essentially, his own version. So that meant playing a rogue who uses a bow. Well, you can't do that in 4th edition unless you heavily house rule it. Whereas that's one of the main things right there as a rogue you can do. And I just feel that's one of the great strengths. And it goes back to options. Those options aren't just fluff.
Hmm.
They have significant value on your gameplay style.
Yeah.
Even playing a fighter who's ranged, one of the guys did that here, and it was interesting to see how he took that. He played more like a warlord in 4th edition, which is kind of a background general sort of idea, supporting people and overseeing the battlefield, compared to the classic sword and board fighter. It was just very interesting to see how that one choice, and then the choice of your weapon, I guess you could call that too,
Yeah.
altered the whole gameplay experience.
You had mentioned that he had said in his video that the feats were too powerful.
Yep.
And he was referring to whether you would choose the attribute bump of +2 or the new feats.
Mhm.
And I feel like first of all, the feats rule is optional. Second of all, if you're going to allow it as a game master, you're probably just going to say, all right, we're either doing this or we're either doing that. Obviously, you'd still probably let the player take the stat bump if they want. But really, aren't you really saying, hey, we're doing this or we're doing this? No player is going to take the stat bump unless it bumps their spells or something.
Yeah. Yeah, you give them the option. What do you want? Do you want the feat? Do you want the stat bump?
Yeah, and the problem is that the feats give a lot of them give the stat bump also.
Yeah.
So
I
and
noticed
that was his gripe, and I think it's fine. If a
Yeah, why is
player,
that a problem?
I don't think it is. And it doesn't make things unbalanced. It just gives you a little bit more of a mechanical edge. And most game masters probably aren't going to do the feats anyway. I will. In
I
fact,
will,
I'd
for
probably.
sure. For
Yeah,
sure.
I like it. I think it gives flavor. So.
Yeah, well, gents, I'm getting up early tomorrow morning to help my wife. She's running errands. We're helping out family. So I'm going to have to sign off, but
All right.
Take it easy, Frank. Thanks for joining
Yeah.
us.
oh
Thanks for
yeah,
joining.
great talking to you
Good
guys.
conversation.
Yeah, catch y'all later. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye. No, he also was talking to, or was it him? No, I had another person who was commenting on a couple of my videos. I'm not going to give him a
A name
plug
or
for his
anything.
name. Yeah, I don't want to plug his name or anything, especially since I've heard some pretty nasty things about him. But yeah, he was saying, oh, there's not enough skills, and the skills don't work right. And then he was talking about how I said there's a ton of options, and he said, oh, there's classes in the game, so there's not enough options. And then I replied, I was like, well, what games do you like to play? He's like, Pathfinder. And then he goes into GURPS and things like that. But when he said Pathfinder, that's his favorite game. I'm like,
They have classes.
yeah.
I've read all of the material, and I don't know. I think it's better than 3.5, but I still don't like it. And that's just not that I would knock it. I
Right.
just prefer another game. It
Yeah.
just doesn't
I
work.
actually enjoy Pathfinder. I think it's a really fun game. I like the fact that it's a little more powerful. It makes your characters feel, heroic, which is nice. And I'll probably play it for a long time until my group wants to make the full switch over to D&D. But yeah,
If you want that same kind of feeling, try 4th edition. It gets a lot of hate, and I ran it
Yeah.
I ran it since it came out, and I have a ton of homebrew rules to fix the system as best I can. It can be a lot of fun and still give you that feeling that Pathfinder does, with just being more powerful starting off. I just hate it when people knock something and they don't try it. I hear that a lot with Pathfinder, because I have more friends that play 3.5 than Pathfinder, and normally you hear it the other way around, that people play
Right.
Pathfinder.
See, I wouldn't be
Either way.
opposed to jumping into the 4th edition, but now that they have 5th edition, it's an obsolete game. And I'm a Palladium Books fan, and almost all their games are obsolete, whether they admit it or not. The infrequency they put stuff out, it just makes it obsolete. So, but yeah, now I like 5th edition. I think that fills my void for fantasy for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's my go-to now. So.
Well, all the good things from 4th edition have been brought into 5th edition. That's something people don't seem to really notice, I think. And what I mean by that is a lot of the archetypes and fighting styles, that's 4th edition stuff. Because once you started to get up to higher levels, or even your powers, you build your fighting style. And I can't remember the Tabletop Terrors, I think that's the
Yeah, I just found
he
his
did a
video.
great video on just the 5 things that comprise 5th edition. I
The
think
edition.
It's a really
Yeah.
good summary of it.
Yep, he said 1 + 2 + 3.0 plus what all that equals 5th edition or something. Yeah, I liked that video.
But
I didn't agree that when he said it was crunchy, because I don't feel like this game is crunchy
no. It can be crunchy. They have a lot of optional rules.
that
but-
aren't out yet.
Well,
The DM guide supposedly is going to be just layers of optional rules from what I've heard.
I'm excited for that then, because I was curious about what the DM's guide would actually have. And
Mhm.
apparently there are editions of it floating, or versions of it floating around in PDF form.
Are there?
Along with the monster manual. I was
Someone
able to
said
get
that?
the PHP. I was able to get the PHP in PDF form on a Vex copy before it was released.
Really?
But I haven't been able to find the others, so keep your eye out for that if you can find it, man.
Wow.
But,
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Yeah, I don't know, the skill listing, what bothered me a lot with 3rd edition, I guess I could say, 3.5, 3.0, and even Pathfinder, the skills are so massive, yet they encompass the same stat and the same they have the same goal generally.
Mhm.
Fourth edition dumbed it down a bit too much for me.
Right.
And I think fifth edition has the right amount. Perception versus investigation, that makes sense. Am I searching for something, or am I just looking around? So
Yeah. The passive perception thing is kind of interesting, I think. The problem is then, as a game master, you have to make sure you get everybody's passive wisdom down, or passive perception down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, because you just have to make a note of that early on and then remember to reference it. Or you can just not use it. Sometimes I don't use it at all, and I just have players roll perception.
Right.
But it is handy if you're running traps, hazards, anything like that.
Mhm.
That is very useful.
I'm playing in a Savage Worlds game, and I just talked to my game master about this the other day. He makes us roll notice rolls for everything. And in fact, we were in a slave, like a cavern with giant wheels like this big. Here. Well, like 10 inches, right? So you like crank them like you would think on a submarine or something.
Mm-hmm.
And like none of us saw it because we rolled poor notice rolls, and they're like all over the place. And
That's bullshit.
yeah, I'm not the kind of game master that's going to make you roll for every single thing. And I told him, I said, it slows things down. Maybe the little things you can just give us. Obviously I'm not going to let you know where all secret doors are unless you have that ability, or I'm not going to let you know about, whatever, hidden treasure or whatever, traps.
Definitely. I agree that perception really shouldn't be for just, I walk into a room and what do I see? It should be more like someone has used I can't remember, a snare, and they've hooked up some vial of acid, and they have it right above your head, and there's a tripwire. Do you notice that? Something that you wouldn't initially see.
Right.
Your search might be, I'm looking for something valuable or a secret door. I wouldn't class perception as do I find a secret door, because how can you see a secret door unless there's a marking?
Right, or a glint
really
of light or something.
I don't know, but either way,
Yeah.
when it comes to the skills, I think 5th edition has just the right amount, and if you don't like what they have, make a skill up. That's an option.
Right. What about the because this was one of the arguments too. What do you think about the fact that you could be leveling up and you've never had this skill, and all of a sudden you take it, and because it's a proficiency skill, you also get that +2 or whatever. So now if say it was a +5, you're a higher level guy. So you went from 0 proficiency to a +5 proficiency. I mean, doesn't that seem kind of...
It depends on the context and how much realism you want to have. I like to have a lot of roleplay in my games. I like to have characters drenched in the story that everyone's making, and then rules come secondary, as a secondary feature. So it really depends on what you care about. So you could just say, I don't give a fuck, and everyone gets what they get based on their level up, because that's mechanical. That's the system. Whereas I would probably say you talk to one of your allies who already has this proficiency, and they teach you how to do this. Or over this period of time that you've been fighting, you've noticed how this weapon is being used, and you see its effects. So it's that kind of... I'll try to justify it instead of just giving them that option. Or if it just doesn't make sense, I'd either say go ahead, or I'd say, you know what, sorry guy, you can't take that option just because there's no way that I can justify you learning that. If it's with a feat, then you can always choose a feat later. Maybe there's something else you want. Or go for the stat bonus if you'd prefer.
What about a montage? Like
montage?
A training montage. They level the skill up very quickly.
Yeah, that would be with the past.
Between sessions, you just passed 3 months.
Right. Yeah. Lifting weights, all of a sudden you're really good at something.
Right. You could do that. Just do a cutscene.
Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah.
Right there.
You got to start the session playing that song on your speakers, though.
Oh yeah.
I agree with that. Like, if you want to take something like that, then I think you should probably role play it out personally.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It would just make more sense, like, because obviously you're looking forward to that in the future or something anyways as a player. So it's something you should probably think about just incorporating into the character.
And what a great way to have other players join in too. Sorry to cut you
Yeah.
off there.
Oh
But
no.
it's when you have other players there who have that proficiency, you can literally just have them role play. Okay, so this is how you strap on this armor here, and these are the benefits of the armor. It allows you to move a certain way. Here's the restrictions, and that way it feels like the player has the new player who's just gotten the proficiency has an understanding. Um,
You guys were saying that usually players know where they want to go with their character in a few levels, and that kind of brings up a topic that came up a while back in the brigade, where I don't know about you guys, but most players I've ever had in my games either don't have the book or don't care to read it, and I know other game masters and dungeon masters have the privilege of having players who have the book and have read it. So, what do you think about that in relation to having an idea for where their character is going to be in a few levels?
I'm personally very, very picky about who I let play in my game, or who I allow to play in my games. I'm very picky. And a good way to go about it is using the 4th edition. Like, these are two worthwhile things about 4th edition, is that in the Dungeon Master's Guides, they group the players into different types, and they have a strategy guide, player strategy guide. Give that a read if you can, because that gives you a detailed run where players can do tests, or a little test to see what kind of group they fall under. So you can decide, if I'm going to run a game that has a lot of exploration, but little combat, I don't want to invite a player who is used to wargaming and a lot of number crunching into my game, because they're not going to enjoy this particular style of game and what the adventure specializes in. So why not be a little picky? Yes, it takes time, but it's for the betterment of everyone. Everyone enjoys a session when everyone enjoys the kind of content. Or you can have the one guy that spoils everything. I've had that happen a few times.
Yeah, you're talking about styles, and I see that. I guess I'm more wondering, like, because not all players understand the books.
I didn't answer your question.
That's okay.
When I say I'm picky, I make that you have to have the books. I will not allow you to join unless you've read the books, because my job as a game master is not to baby you. We're here to play the game, not to learn the game. You can learn while playing, but at least you need to read the rules. And I will usually provide the books to my players, either in PDF form, even though I've bought the books, or I'll lend them the books. So the onus is on them.
Well, I would say, if the person doesn't have a book, but they have an idea of where their character would be going or where they'd like them to go, then I mean,
like
it's just
conceptually.
it's just a matter of communication with the GM. You know what I mean?
And then making the rules work around that, then.
Well, the GM could be like, well, this would kind of like, you could take this or use this, and then kind of fall into that direction of where you're looking at. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm a new player, so I guess like I'm very conscious about that too. Is like just being open with the GM, and not during game, but like after game, just like getting ideas. And
see, Rick, you'd be a good example. Like if all of a sudden I said, "Hey, I'm going to run a campaign over the internet for such and such game," and maybe you don't have the book, so I go over character creation with you, and we start playing. And as we get to like level 2 or 3, you might not know mechanically what's ahead at level 4, 5, or 6.
Right.
Which would be where it would be important for us to communicate if you wanted to incorporate roleplay for the direction you wanted to go. And then we could mechanically make it work in session.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got to take off. Nice talking to you all.
Thanks for joining us, Brad.
Yep, see ya.
See you, Brad.
I mean, it's all about, like, just having fun. I mean, that's how I look at it. It's like, I want to have fun, and I don't want to... I'm against restriction, like, honestly, but...
Yeah.
I just... but in order to have fun, too, you kind of got to... You don't want to hinder anybody else either that's playing, or, you don't want to hinder the GM. So, out-of-game conversation helps a lot, I think.
I probably would not have been able to play in half the games I've played in my life if I told my players they had to read the book. Unfortunately. Paul is a lucky guy over there. What about you, Lonnie?
Yeah, I'm kind of actually with you. I would love to be sitting around a table of players that all really knew the rules well. I mean, things would go smooth. But usually, in my groups, it's always been me running the game and one other player that knows the rules really well, and other people that are kind of good role players, but not necessarily into the system. But that's usually if I'm playing something other than a form of Dungeons and Dragons or something.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm terrible myself with systems. I can't ever remember all the rules, and sometimes I'll be in a game and I start thinking of another game's mechanic for something, and then I have to reel myself back in, or just sometimes I blank and I just have to ask my players, and hopefully one of them knows. If not, I just say, all right, this is what we're doing. So
I feel obligated to know. If I'm a player, I kind of feel obligated, and I don't play with a lot of people that feel the same way. I play with people I'd say were good players, but I feel like I need to know at least all the rules that are applicable to all the things that I expect my character to do.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that.
Yeah.
I think, and I don't necessarily hold my players to this, but as myself, when I play, when I go into a session, I do feel like I need to know exactly how my player works. And that's part of the reason I've usually avoided spellcasters, just because. But I did play a spellcaster in Matt Click's game last week, and it went pretty well for me not knowing all the rules. But I don't think it came up really where I needed to even look anything up. But I was looking up the rules as we were playing too, so that was helping.
Yeah.
See, that's not too bad. What I'm talking about is you invite someone off the street, or your friend has a friend. That's something
Or a
that I
girlfriend.
find very yes. I find that very challenging to cope with as a DM, because I'm not a rules-heavy guy in the sense that I don't have them all right up here. So I rely on my players to know everything about their class. I have enough to worry about running the game, keeping monster stats, updating my spreadsheet, keeping music tracks going. I have enough on my plate as it is that I just feel like players should do that a little bit to play the game.
Well, if you had a friend who's gonna bring another friend into play, I mean, you could say, I would like you to, go over some of the, get an idea of what they want to play, have that friend go over it with their friend,
And sit
You know what I
next
mean?
to them
yeah, while they're
to help
like,
them
when they're-
during.
yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that
Like,
works.
I mean, if I don't know. My outlook is if someone wants to try something new and maybe they'll enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like life is so full of hate and crap nowadays. Like just someone having fun brings a smile to my face. So.
Yeah, I think we're taking what Paul said a little out of context. I don't think he's as harsh as he made it sound the first time.
Oh no, I'm not taking that. I'm just. I mean, I understand where he's coming from, and I respect
Right.
it. You know what I mean? Because GMing's, it's not a
It's
walk in the
work
park.
sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it's work. I agree.
think that's a big part of it. Like for me, anytime I've ever felt frustrated is when you spend a lot of time learning a system and a lot of time prepping an adventure and coming up with stuff, and then you're, like a player at your table says, well, I want to do this, or I want to use this feat or this spell, and you go, well, how does that work? And they're like, and it's not necessarily
Yeah.
that they have to memorize it, but it's like it's so easy nowadays. I'm an old fart, but nowadays to just like paste stuff in a Word document so that you have all your spell descriptions in front of you or something. It's like, really? And I spent like 3 hours prepping for this session, and you don't know your spells or don't have them handy.
I actually encourage my players to make spell cards. For instance, in my Pathfinder campaign, my wife, we went from No Direction, that's 3.5 Sanctuary, Pelham's spell book, and I printed out her spells on cards.
Yep.
We did the same thing for another one of my players. And then actually I have another player who's a druid. So I have a cleric, a druid, and a sorcerer. And they've all got, their spells printed out. So it's extremely helpful, when it's like all they have to do is go, oh, okay, I got it right here. Boom.
That's common courtesy to the whole game, though. Like the whole game you're in. You know what I mean? Like honestly, even like the first time I played, I went out of my way to just write down like a lot of stuff on cards.
Even just write the page number next to your spell name.
Yeah.
That's a big thing, And if you don't have a play, I can't help you there. I guess we do have to wait for you to look it up on that page. But if you have a player's handbook, like look at this. This is my D&D player's handbook. Those are all my spells right there, and I just flip between them in between turns, and I just go to it for my guy. So.
Definitely. I mean, one of my players just has the PDF on his phone, and he has notes that he keeps, and he just brings them up. If he has to look at the book, he pulls it out, does it while other players are doing their stuff. He's engaged. One of the problems I had with a Watcher, which is one of the types that they've highlighted in the 4th edition system, he would literally not pay attention to the game.
Yeah, there's 4 Pathfinder apps that are on here on my phone. One of them is a spellbook one that you can save to each individual character, and then a couple others that are the books. I don't know if they're legal or free or whatever, but they're in Google Play Store, so I'm assuming they're, legal.
Probably good.
Yeah, and I mean they got it all online anyways for free, so I'm sure it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I think for me too, it depends on the group that I'm running for too. Like I had some old friends I used to play D&D in high school with that I haven't played with forever, and I ran some 5th edition, just kind of almost as a nostalgia thing, and none of them really remembered how to do all that stuff and everything, but I knew that it was going to be a real casual thing, so I didn't really care in that case, but when you got a regular group and you're trying to keep a cool game going, it kind of sucks when people don't know how the stuff for their character works.
Yeah.
Or the worst experience I had, I don't remember what the spell was, but I was running something, and it was a dungeon crawl, and somebody used a spell that used it, and I didn't know the description, and he vaguely described it, and I kept on thinking, man, that sounds broken, and it did kind of break. It kind of was.
I'll use that dreaded term, broken.
Yeah. Well, broken is, I don't know if I'd say that's the right word, but anyway, it allowed them to circumvent a challenge that was supposed to be exciting pretty easily, and then I went and checked the spell, and it shouldn't have worked in the way that he used it, and that annoyed the piss out of me, because I'm like, because then you feel like I have to know everything in order to keep the game running smooth, but I don't really have that kind of problem with only with Dungeons and Dragons, really.
Right.
Well,
I made that mistake
with what Rick was talking about, though. Just common courtesy, and that's more of my point. Is communication, common courtesy. Everyone makes sacrifices to come and play this game, whether it's time, whether it's gas. I mean, at least recognize that everyone else has put time and energy into this, and you should at least have the common courtesy to know your stuff.
Yeah, I feel pretty fortunate right now. My Pathfinder group's pretty awesome. We, for instance, speaking of common courtesy and stuff, we host it at my house since I run the game, and it's just easier when you have all the books. And then my wife will make dinner, and then we ask one of the players each week to bring, snacks and pop. So if it's this person's turn this week, they bring all of that, and then. It just works out real well. And then on top of that, they've listened to my, suggestions about the spell cards and, just being prepared to use their character how they would use it. Now, obviously, there are things that come up, but my group's really awesome. So I'm pretty lucky right now.
Cool.
Well, as DMs, though, a lot of times, we're the person that is most interested at the table. A lot of times we're the person most interested in role-playing games.
Yeah.
Where to a lot of people it's like, really? I got to do all this stuff just to play a game?
Right.
It's like, really? I got to do homework in order to play this game? And it's kind of like, well, yeah, kind of, actually.
Well,
It's worth it.
I find the homework fun, though. You know what I mean? I really do. Because it helps you build that whole character up, you know what I mean, too. Like, it gets you thinking about other things your character could do, you know what I mean? Or, like, what kind of directions he might take. And I don't know. That's how I look at it.
You know what always happens to me as a player is coming from a GM perspective, and just exactly what we're talking about is there'll be somebody going to start a campaign, and I'll think about my character, and I'll come up with a background that is kind of succinct, but has plot points that could be worked out, and I'll like have this concept, and I'll spend all this time going through my character and trying to make it cool. Think about what his personality is and stuff, and then the GM stops running after 2 sessions.
I hate that, man.
Son
I
of a-
hate that.
I'm that 2-session GM.
Yeah, it's like really.
No,
Yeah.
I actually have I don't like doing that much with my character. I like to come up with a general concept, and then after that I might come up with at most a paragraph for my character. I don't like to write a lot about my character.
I do bullet points for backgrounds for a character. I don't, because I know as a GM I
That
don't
would
like
be
to read
good.
novels. I
Yeah.
like bullet point out a handful of things that I think would kind of define my character and could be useful.
Like 5 or 6 different
Definitely.
things.
Yeah, because that's what I like to get. You know,
Mhm.
I like to get stuff that's like, oh yeah, I could use that, and then you start, if you get 4 or 5 players that are giving you that, then you can kind of start drawing connections between the
Definitely.
things, and it can really help you to put, at least it really helps me. So that's what I try to give DMs, stuff that isn't like my character is the awesomest person on the planet, but like stuff that might
Yeah,
be
it's
plot.
relevant.
Yeah.
Have you checked out the new D&D yet, Lonnie?
Do
Yeah,
it.
actually, sort of. I've just the basic stuff, and I ran it for some high school friends who haven't. One experienced gamer and 2 people that haven't played since high school, and it was actually a lot of fun, and in the way that I expected it would be. It was a good nostalgic for me kind of D&D, because I haven't played D&D in I played Pathfinder about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, I think. But-
So do you
related-
think
oh, go
the new do you think the new background stuff actually are you still going to do bullet points, or would you just use the background stuff that they give you out of the book?
if I was running Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, 5th edition.
I think I was thinking about that. That's funny you asked that, because I was thinking about that when I was doing it. And I guess it would depend on the players. I thought it was excellent for my players that hadn't played in a long time, because I was just running the Lost Mines of
Phandelver?
Yeah, Phandelver, and they had the pre-gens, and they just read, and they had backgrounds that tied some stuff into the plot, and they latched right onto that. And so they were doing pretty good role playing right out of the gate without having played in a long time, and even me having to prod them. So that it did its job really good. But then if I was playing with someone that was playing a long time, I kind of want to just let them do their thing and not have to pick from a laundry list of stuff.
Oh, yeah. See, I was wondering if maybe you would do the background stuff and then also have them add just a couple more bullet points on top of it. But
that
that's
would be
interesting
cool.
too, to make them customize those sections. That would be cool too. Instead of
Something
going-
else that I have one guy doing is he's decided to pick and choose different flaws and bonds and personality traits from the different classes, and then he's choosing the benefits, like the proficiencies, from one particular background.
Mhm.
But there's also an excellent expansion for the fifth edition background system called Hack and Slash Compendium 1. And if you'd like, I could send that to you guys.
Yeah, I
Oh,
got
cool.
that.
Love that.
It has an awesome, has a great amount of, it has some GM advice at the very beginning, but I think it has an extra 12 backgrounds, and they're really interesting, like Ratcatcher.
Gravedigger.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
it's
got-
good stuff, man.
They got the circus one there. It's like I forgot what it is, but it's kind of like Entertainer, but like through a circus. So
hmm
It's cool. Yeah, I really had it's a weird sort of 2 split feelings that I had about the way that it for at least what I've read so far about how they handle the backgrounds. And one, I think it's great in some ways for people that have trouble coming up with that stuff, but also, I mean, I just really like to be able to, I like to think of a character first and then start fleshing it out with stats. That's what I really like to do. But
Yeah.
when I put that on a lot of players, as much as I like that, and it gets me, kind of gets me off as far as my, role playing and stuff, I find that when I bring people to a table and we start to do, character creation, and it's like, well, okay, so what did you want to play? And we'll do that first. A lot of people, like, you get the deer in headlights look a little bit. There's some
Definitely.
people that'll love it, and some people are like, well, I want to look at a book and I want to pick 3 of these and 2 of those, and that's a cool picture, and there's definite value in that, but so I have a mixed emotions about that. I like the freedom, but
Definitely.
But man, that sure did help. I mean, I just handed them the character generations. We had a pretty good, role-playing experience. I mean, it was just, the first part of Lost Mines, but it was a good time.
With the goblins.
Yeah, just fighting goblins. I've done it like 5 zillion times before, but it was just kind of cool playing with some people that hadn't played in a while, and they were really digging it. So it was contagious. And the system is streamlined and easier than Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
The beautiful thing. Oh, sorry. Do you want to?
No, your turn.
Sorry.
The beautiful
kind of
thing
blabbing.
about 5th edition's background system is you can do exactly what you want to do. That's something I know I would do. Knowing that I'm confident in my ability to create an interesting character with flaws, with some admirable things, and you can have that happen. The only thing that you need to think about is what proficiency am I getting, or is there an extra feature that I'm getting because of this, that mechanical side. But even then, there's not really much holding you back from just creating your own brand new custom backstory.
I'm on par with a Fistful of Dice's idea on the backgrounds. I don't know if you've seen his video on that. Yeah, I think it was like part of like a whole 5th edition review type deal, but his take on the backgrounds I really agreed with. Like it's not necessarily needed for to limit you. You can just kind of like randomly roll your background and then base your extended background off of that. Your extended bullet points or whatever you want. So it's just like a fun way of doing it too. You know what I mean? Of going about it.
Yeah. No, but I was going to say kind of what Lonnie said. He likes to go based off a concept, and I normally do too. For my Savage Worlds game, I've talked about this, but I sat down with the game master and he went over the races and the world with me for Shaintar, and I thought my character was going to be awesome. I had this concept, and we went with it, and I typed this huge backstory, and he's like what is it called? He's like a dragon kind of guy, a lizard guy, real agile and strong, and from swamps and all this stuff. And now that we're playing, I am not feeling my character whatsoever. The RP, it's not as much fun as I thought it was going to be. I thought the idea of speaking with a lot of S sounds because he's a lizard would be cool, and I just am not liking my character. So it can hurt you sometimes when you come up with your own concepts too. From my experience right now.
Yeah, so. But do you think? I mean, not being a contrary.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah, but do you think that would have really? I mean, do you think it would have been better if it would have been like Shaintar had a lizard guy background and all this information and different?
No, it wouldn't have made a difference.
Still would have chose it and been like, I don't really want to be a lizard.
Yeah, I don't know why I chose it. I think I just chose it because I thought it would be cool for various reasons, and I thought I would get into the RP because the idea, even still now, is like, oh yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to give my character a lot of character at the table and a lot of memorable moments. Well, now, I don't feel like it's giving it anything. It just makes it hard for me to think of what I'm going to say, because now I got to think of words that have that sound, which isn't how I normally talk, and so it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think I found when I played like characters that are, the farther they are from being human, the harder it is to kind of relate to them and feel like any kind of, it might sound corny, but any kind of drama or relationships or something,
Yeah. True. My biggest thing is every time there's a social encounter, I feel like I need to make S sounds, and then I can't think of words that come up with that sound, and so I sit there, I'm like,
there's a guy that's in my group that is, he's kind of like got a theater background, and he does accents very well, and he was playing we were playing a Marvel game, and he was playing a superhero he created where his normal ID was pretty much Raj from Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
So he talked in that voice, but he got tired of talking like that too, so he would just pick key moments, where he wanted to talk with that accent, and then he would just talk in his normal voice, to kind of free him up, because you don't want to be locked into this accent like all night,
See, I don't even mind accents. I think it's just so unnatural for me. It's like somebody who's not a salesperson all of a sudden stepping out and trying to be a salesperson.
Sure. Yeah.
Or, and it's like, I think another thing that bothers me too, because my character has low smarts. So, which is fine because I have low smarts too. But no, the other characters in the group when we start RPing, sometimes they're not very good at RPing, or they're not thinking of the things I feel like their character would say, you know, and so it takes me out of it a little bit there too, because I'm thinking, well, why don't you say this? It makes perfect sense. I don't tell them, but I'm thinking you should say this, and my character would not say that, so I can't say it, you know. So it's like, I wish I was another race or something.
Yeah.
But
Maybe your character needs to go back to the swamp, and then another character joins.
I did something crazy this
dies
last.
and his brother shows up to avenge him.
Right.
You should talk to the GM and say that your character was actually a cursed human or something like that. And you,
That'd be beautiful.
He
Shoot,
won't allow
Toby.
it because it's not in the setting, and he's very true to the setting.
oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's I guess him and like 5 other game masters are working it out with the creator of Shintar, and so the world evolves, and I guess it's supposed to evolve in a certain way, and so anything crazy or big like that, they kind of work out with each other.
Oh, so like
So
you
if
could,
anything, I should kill him.
yeah, maybe you just need to die. You sacrifice yourself to save the party.
I tried a suicide dive down a manhole since he was like, "Oh, you think there's a sewer in there?" I was like, "I jump in." Like he's like, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah. I hope there's water down there." You know, and then he told me he made me roll an agility roll or something, and I did, and I made it, and so he made me catch myself before I landed on a spike trap about 35 feet down.
Damn it.
Yeah, I know. I was so close to dying.
Can I choose not to save myself?
I should have said that, but yeah. So I gotta figure. I'll probably talk to him about it next time I see him, and be like, "Look, dude, I kind of want my character to die and make a normal human that I can relate to and help get the role playing going in this game."
Well, that's something to do with elves too. I think a lot of people humanize elves too much in the fantasy settings, because I can't remember. I think it was Don Forge Cast. Even though I don't like his channel, he had an excellent video on that race. Just when you think about someone who lives for hundreds and hundreds of years, they're just going to have a completely different viewpoint. And that's something that I don't think gets communicated often when it comes to people playing elves, or even a dwarf. I don't know.
Right. No, you're completely right. Actually, I mean, they outlive all of us, so time shouldn't be as important, I feel. Yeah, it almost makes you wonder too if like an adventurer, an elf that's an adventurer, are they really going to go when they're in their younger years? Probably not. It'd probably be later in life when they feel like they've lived a full life too.
And that's interesting, man, because it's the polar opposite of humans.
Mm-hmm.
What 80-year-old woman wants to go, traveling the world, adventuring, and putting her life in danger?
Right.
Because you could do cool stuff, like if you were an elf in a party with a human, you could, have established that, like, you knew that player character's great-grandfather or something like that,
And that's why you're traveling with them.
Yeah, like looking out maybe for someone that you admired that was human that's long gone, or...
Definitely.
Or like
even
he
a
saved
past,
you before you were ever an adventurer, and that was 100 or 80 years ago, and so here you are now deciding to adventure out with his great grandson or something.
Or even returning a favor, like maybe your human grandfather had saved their civilization, or was a previous set of adventurers, or whatever have you, and then when he died, this particular elf decided, hey, I'm going to pay it back. I'm going to do a favor now that I'm ready to do the same thing or risk my life when I wasn't able to or willing to.
Yeah, I never thought about it before, but you could drop some cool stuff. Even like if you run into an NPC that is like super elderly, you can be like, I remember you when you were a child.
Right, and really it was his father when he was a child.
When you were the
That'd be awesome.
son, yeah.
So awesome, man.
Yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, you don't usually think of that stuff, I think, because you get just caught up in... I think a lot of times in playing fantasy, it's easy to get caught up in tropes.
For sure.
I mean, a lot of other genres are like that too, but I think, and I don't mean to sound like I hate on D&D, man. I always have to give that
Go ahead,
disclaimer,
say it.
No, but I think it's become what we think fantasy is based on the way the game was set up, which a lot of that stuff is really not necessarily fantasy, it's just D&D.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, a lot of those things where you read a lot of fantasy novels, they don't necessarily have those same tropes and things like that in it.
Definitely.
But
I actually
D&D is
like
different.
when people go away from the tropes a little bit. And I've done videos on this. My homebrew world, I have dwarves that kind of mimic a little bit of Chinese and samurai culture and stuff. So, for instance, they have the Great Wall. So the Great Wall of China I've implanted into my game as this Great Wall around this dwarven nation. Now the dwarves there are pretty much all samurai, though. They don't have facial hair. They shave it off. And then they're the complete opposite of some other dwarves I have that are more like savage and barbarian and stuff that are kind of at war with them. But yeah, I don't. With those at least, I'm not trying to stick to the tropes exactly.
You need to write a source book for that called Sawed Off Shogun.
Sawed Off Shogun.
Awesome. But I guess my problem comes into things when you have Drist running around all the time.
Yeah.
Like I really like the Drow race from a thematic point of view, but I hate that everyone wants to play the good Drow.
Mhm.
They don't like. To me,
Like
that's
there's no
important.
evil drow. Where are the evil drow? There's like 100 and 5,000 dual wielding good drow.
Yeah, Scimitar, Panther.
Right.
But
That's why I
do
don't play
like what
with
you're saying, though.
published settings either.
Yeah.
I actually, I'm trying to, in my homebrew also, I'm trying to pretend that they're not necessarily evil. You know, like there's dark elves and then there are drow. They're two separate things.
Isn't there another setting that does that where there's like two versions of dark elves?
Probably, I don't know.
Seems
of it.
like
Paul would
somebody
know.
else did that to kind of make
It
it
might
more
be
playable.
Planescape, because Planescape is the most open setting ever. I'm not too sure myself, but I was just thinking about the Drow, making them not evil or having you empathize with them. Maybe they have to do all the evil things that they do because they're chained by they're under the control of the Unchained God. I can't remember his name, but he's deep beneath the earth. And
Yeah, you could do something
you could
like
run
that.
something like that, and that way the Drow don't seem so evil.
Well, okay, obviously there's more to the drow than just their skin color. I mean, I like to pretend in my homebrew that it's not like the dark elves that are above ground. They're just from a different part of the planet. You know, as that's just how I try to look at it. I mean, and you ever notice too when you play an RPG, most people envision the characters as white, basically. So all the humans are white and all the elves are white. You know, I always thought that was kind of interesting.
There's no sub races.
Yeah, there's no like skin tone differences, and the new player's handbook actually does it a little bit, which was interesting, and I
Even for
like that.
humans. They have
Yes.
different kinds of humans. Or mountain dwarves. They describe the differences between mountain dwarves and hill dwarves.
Yeah.
They give you a little bit of that culture. They change their skin tone. They explain that they have a certain hair color or a certain eye color that's really common. And it just adds so much more flavor than everyone's been whitewashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like I find it especially with humans. You know, I like to see those variations where different nations have different cultures, and especially when they somewhat hearken to, different human cultures. It allows you to feel like you could bring a different type of mythological feel to the game if you wanted to.
Yep.
Definitely.
Egyptian or African or.
And I feel like that's what's missing from a lot of setting books. I mean, you don't get this is what these people look like skin tone wise in this part of the world and things like that. You know, and they don't even necessarily need to stick to the stereotypes of like, oh, this is a part of the world that's sort of like Egypt and Africa, so these people should be black. I mean, you don't even have to do that, you know.
Well, Dark Sun, again, I have to bring up Dark Sun, but it's one of those odd settings that manages to do that. I mean, they change the culture of every race completely. Halflings are these crazy cannibal, almost like characters that just slice off people's heads, and you don't want to be near them. But they do go into different tones of skin, even with humans, and a lot of the artwork for that particular setting really displays that. And it makes sense when you have a world that's, I mean, pretty much a whole desert. People's skin is going to change color to adapt to all of that sun. Just like when you go into the high north, people white skin is beneficial in cold weather because you want to keep your temperature high, so you wear a lot of clothing. That means there's less of your body exposed. So the skin that is exposed needs to be able to absorb the sunlight. At least, sorry for bringing in the random facts and stuff, but
Cool.
I just think that's a neat way to do things.
That makes total sense. It makes understanding or noticing things or other people easier too. Like if you had someone with a darker skin that was in an area with more whiter skin people, like why is that person there? You know what I mean? Like you go into a town and that person's there. Why are they there? You know, like like they're not supposed to be from there. You know, so why are they there? I could, it's a little plot hook right there.
Or you can even give them disadvantages or advantages based on the temperature. I know I like to bring the environment or highlight the environment as much as I can, even in combat. So it would be pretty interesting if you, say, went to a desert setting but someone had pale skin. Maybe they get a disadvantage on a check against sunstroke. You could do something like that. That'd be an interesting way to make the choices of your character's nationality or, I don't know, genome or whatever count, stand out, be different.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, I'm going to go have a smoke. I do want to stay in the conversation, though, if it's going to continue.
Yeah, it'll go on for probably another half hour for sure.
All right. Well,
Actually, I'm gonna be heading out, so
All right.
all right.
catch you guys another time.
Later, Rick.
Take it easy, guys.
Yeah.
You too.
All right. Yeah, so you go do your smoke break real quick.
Okay. Well, I'll be back in maybe 5.
At least while I got Lonnie around here, so I can still talk to somebody.
Well, and I apologize for being boisterous, or as boisterous as I have been. I'm normally not so information vomit kind of thing going on. But,
Oh, you're all good, man.
yeah.
It'd be kinda
Okay.
boring if no one gave information while we were talking.
Right, we just sat here and looked at each other's face.
I like D&D. Do you like D&D? I like D&D.
No, I hate
I
D&D.
hate D&D. I like ice cream.
You like ice cream. Ice cream's for losers. I like cake.
I like 3rd edition ice cream.
3rd edition ice cream. 3rd edition's for losers. I like 1st edition. The original's the best.
It is the best. With chocolate sprinkles.
Nice. So what's going on with your channel? I don't think I've seen you post a video recently.
I haven't in a long time, man. I've been like pretty swamped. Actually, I had to put the game I was running on hold. I play music, and the band that I'm in got offered 5 shows coming up. So we got to learn they're we got to do 5 sets. So I have to learn a bunch of material. So another one of the players in my group is going to run the new Firefly. So,
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to be playing for a while. So I haven't done any videos, and there's been stuff coming up around that I've been seeing where it's like I want to kind of make at least a response video, and I'm like I keep thinking about it, and then I go to work, and then I come home, and then practice and hang out with the wife, and I'm like just haven't done it. But
Do you have a playlist of response videos that you want to make?
oh, there's some. You know that guy?
I have an actual playlist on YouTube that I actually save the video to.
Oh, do ya?
Yeah, so that way I can go back and watch it a couple months later when I remember.
Yeah, I
And then
need
I'll
to
be
do
like,
that because I
"Oh."
always forget or something else comes up. But I really been liking. I always forget his name, and it's a little bit.
DBJ?
Yeah, you knew exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, because I do the same thing. I can't remember his actual name, but I love his videos.
Yeah, he's great.
Is it Devin Bray Johnson or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Brian Johnson?
Yeah.
Andrew would know. Andrew, who is DBJ? What's his real name?
Hang out with the wife, and I'm like, just haven't done it. But
Do you have a playlist of... Oh, wow, he's really far behind us.
yeah, it sounded like he was listening to what I said 2 minutes ago or something.
Can you hear us, Andrew?
Yeah, one sec. I gotta plug in some headphones so you guys don't echo.
Oh, okay. I'll look it up, because, yeah, I hate the fact that I can't ever remember his name. So I'm just going to pull it up, because I need to give it the correct attention it deserves. Let's see, if I go to subscriptions. Man, I'm subscribed to way too many channels. 487.
What's funny though is you'll find that like none of them are all posting at the same time. At least the RPG Brigade, you know. I mean, there's
Yeah.
a handful that continually post, but you know, a lot of them like I'll just think about it and I'm like, crap, I
There
haven't
it
seen
is.
that in my feed for a long time.
It's Dave Breon Jackson. So I was off.
Yeah, I like that dude, man.
Yeah, his channel is top notch. I think it's one of the best ones right now going.
I liked his last video about what level are the characters in Lord of the Rings.
You know, I added it to my watch later. I'm excited to see that. I know other people have done videos on that, and that's always been an interesting topic to me.
Well, his take on it is pretty similar to my thoughts have always been about it, but one of the things that I've thought about that he kind of talks about is just that idea where it just seems like people get into this thing where they metagame with level, you know, like you know what level different characters are and crap, you know.
Yeah.
Like if you're third level barbarian with 18 strength and you walk into a bar, no one is going to be intimidated by you because you're third level. You know?
Which actually, I would say it's the opposite. You're in a bar as a third level barbarian, you're probably the baddest dude there, since everybody there is probably a peasant.
yeah, there's that too. It really depends on who's running your game, but you know, there's or you're talking. I mean, a king. You know, one of the things he points out is like he's like, you know, there's characters in there probably only like 5th level in Lord of the Rings. You know, and it just depends on how you look at it.
Mhm.
But I mean, I don't know. That is one of the weird things about it. As I used to always take it for granted, and then when I started just comparing fiction to, you know, what the game is. I mean, if somebody's standing there and you don't know what anybody's level is or how many hit points they have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's,
What would he say? What level did he say that they all were? Pretty much.
I think he said that he wouldn't think that anybody of the main characters of Lord of the Rings would be above 5th level.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know, I think that, and I think the thing that's a struggle is really like, I mean, it's just like you don't make fiction under the constraints of Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
You know, I mean, you just don't. It's like it kind of doesn't. It just doesn't work that way. D&D is its own thing. That's the thing that I'm more of its. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, man. It's just its own thing. It's like when you start looking at a piece of fiction or a movie, and then thinking about it in terms of D&D, I think it's just a downward spiral because D&D is not made to simulate.
No, and that's been a big argument that I've been having with a few people that have dogged on the new 5th edition. They're like, "Oh, it's not realistic," and I'm like, "We're talking about people that shoot fire out of their fingertips. Right. They can freeze whatever they want just by looking at it. They can shake the earth just by concentrating. I mean, this isn't supposed to be simulationist, and it's ridiculous that that's an argument."
Yeah, well, that's why I was going to run a fantasy game using a superhero system.
Oh, okay.
And it was amazing because it was just kind of open-ended character generation where you basically just make whatever power level kind of balances itself, no real limitations on it.
Is it like Mutants and Masterminds or something?
No, it was a Cortex Plus game. I'm a big Cortex Plus fan.
Dude, I love that system.
Yeah, me too, man. But I wanted to run fantasy, and there's some hacks out there to run fantasy, but you know, I was going to just use the Marvel system, and it was funny how many people really, that when I talked about it, had a resistance to it because for some reason they felt that fantasy meant low power, but then when you think about a Pathfinder game, a 10th level Pathfinder character with magic gear and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, then you think about Spider-Man, you gotta, okay, well, who has the power, man?
I would love to play in a fantasy game that's based off of Final Fantasy VII. Now, I have 2 systems that were fan-made from, like, Drive-Thru RPG or something, and, you know, they're okay. I mean, they give the feel of the game, but I want to play something that doesn't necessarily give you the feel of Final Fantasy VII. I just want the power level of Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
Like the technology, just all of it, you know?
Well, the thing about the Cortex Plus Marvel game, which I fanboy gush about like too much, so
No, you
sorry
don't.
if I do, but but
It's never too much.
yeah, but the thing I liked about that game, I mean, really, you can have a party that has Black Widow in it and Thor, and it's a fun game still.
Yeah.
You know, whereas like in D&D, I kept on thinking about the Lord of the Rings, and I'm like going, man, I can't imagine being a Dungeons and Dragons game, being Frodo and someone else being Gandalf or Aragorn, and it being fun when you come across a bunch of, you know, I don't know, a Hydra or something, you know?
Yeah, it's a more gritty feel probably if you were to simulate it.
You're probably gonna die if you're the low-level Hobbit, you know? But
Yeah.
there's kind of
That's why they run a lot in the books.
well, there's a lot of in Cortex. There's a lot of like special effects and stuff you can get to simulate that are actually pretty powerful mechanically. That simulate things like luck and will and and stuff that can make a seemingly narratively weaker character powerful. Because Frodo really is, he has will, luck, all these things that make him powerful, but don't necessarily keep you alive in a lot of traditional
Right.
D&D games, or traditional fantasy games anyway. But
I'd kill the hobbits in the first 10 minutes if I was
And take the
writing
ring?
that book.
you're
Yeah.
Boromir.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would actually make it happen if I wrote the books. Those hobbits would have been dead quick.
It'd been Lord of the Rings by Quentin Tarantino.
Oh yeah, the bad guy would have gotten the ring right away. I'm all for like the bad guy winning. In fact, I've always said I would love a superhero movie that's titled after the superhero. In the first 5 minutes, the superhero dies and is never seen for the rest of the movie.
Have you ever heard of the Savage Worlds game Necessary Evil?
I have not.
I have not played it. I've had it on PDF. I just looked over it briefly, but the setup is this. Aliens come and invade Earth, and they kidnap or they capture or kill like all the heroes. So all that's left to save the Earth are supervillains, and you play a supervillain saving
That's
the
cool.
Earth. Yeah, and I'm like, that seems like that would be a pretty fun game to play.
That would be fun.
But
Yeah, I love stuff like that, where you take something and you just kind of alternate reality. I like the idea of, like, for example, the Nazi Germany's winning World War II, and what would that do to, like, the United States? Love that idea in games, like in, what was it, Wolfenstein? Yeah, Wolfenstein.
Yeah.
And I know there's some RPGs that do that. So I like that idea. Or what if Japan would have won World War II somehow?
Mhm.
Like, we never bombed them. Well, what would that have done? I don't know. There's so many different things. Or what if Germany invaded the Middle East instead of the rest of the world? And just I mean, there's so many things you could do with what if scenarios, even with fantasy and fiction stuff out there.
yeah.
Definitely. And apparently the Japanese actually looked at World War II as just a way for them to expand their territory. So, and they plan to call it New Japan.
Huh.
And that's from stories that I've heard from a few soldiers, ex-soldiers, I guess you could say, still surviving, and stories from children of soldiers. So,
Where were they trying to expand to? The Philippines?
North America.
Really?
Yep. They wanted to take the U.S.
Interesting. Yeah.
And it wouldn't be until the anime craze of the 80s that they did.
Yeah.
Or Sony.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sony Walkman in the 80s started it.
I heard that they wouldn't have that technology today if it wasn't for us bombing their country.
I don't know.
Well,
It's an interesting thought.
Well, I've heard that was kind of some of the agreements and the fact that they couldn't focus on military. You know what I mean?
Oh, so they focused their
education and technology and.
Gotcha. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I had heard that it was because they had to rebuild like all their factories, and if they didn't have to do that, they probably would have just ended up with rundown buildings by the time they got to like the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, weren't we also supposed to bomb Tokyo and not what we did?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's too cloudy.
Yeah. Could you imagine? That would have been millions of people. Whew.
No.
I
Dang.
don't know which bomb was the diversion bomb though. Like which one went? If it was Nagasaki or Hiroshima that ended up replacing Tokyo.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But on the topic of bad guys winning,
Yep.
my favorite Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy VI, is a game where the bad guy wins. And
I haven't even played that one.
It makes such an impact. Well, that's not too much of a spoiler, but it makes it one of the absolute best in the entire series. Just because the impact left by the game on you is so awesome, just narratively. Because usually in that series, the good guys win.
Did you feel cheated at all?
No, because it's excellent. It's, yay, you won, excellent, but you didn't because something horrible has happened to the rest of the planet and there's not really anything you can do.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have a really strong attachment to the Final Fantasy VII cast, especially Sephiroth. He's just my favorite.
Well, let's not get into Final Fantasy because it's a heated subject for a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm a Final Fantasy VIII man, so I resent that.
Yeah.
I don't get heated about it. I tried playing Final Fantasy VIII, and I didn't get very far.
I
got
like
kinda
the characters, but it was too much of a love story for me, man.
See,
I
I like
still
the
like 'em.
military fantasy aspect of it.
That's true. It is neat. And gun swords are kind of badass.
Yeah, we need to bring that into D&D.
Gun swords, yep. Not enough guns and swords. Or swords and
Yes.
guns, for that matter.
Pathfinder does it well.
Need some axe nunchucks.
Right.
Oh yeah. Or Monster Hunter has you has it all. You have a gun sword, and it can turn into no, it's something axe. I think it's a gun axe, and it just switches. You constantly switch into the various weapons, and it has like a great sword, an axe, and a gun on it.
It's all
Yeah.
in one?
All in one.
It's like a
and
Swiss
you
Army
just-
gun sword knife
Oh
thing.
yeah. It's bullshit.
I actually have that app on my Android.
To turn your Android
Yeah.
into a Swiss Army gun
Oh
knife
yeah, it does
sword?
all kinds of stuff.
Oh
It's
yeah.
awesome.
Oh yeah. Well, I have to say I've really enjoyed this conversation. I've been in a couple of them, and they just don't even talk about RPGs or
Yeah,
pop stuff at all, and that absolutely sucks because it feels like a waste of time. And
yeah.
in one of them, we literally just consoled a drunk guy.
Oh no.
That was the entire conversation.
We try to keep it either RPG related or RPG community related. You know, sometimes we get off on tangents about things like movies or comics or whatever, but for the most part, I mean, at least I try to bring it back as much as I can before it gets too far off. But yeah,
Well,
that's
I got
what my
one.
channel's about. So
I got one for you guys. A question I've been thinking about with 5e. So with the adventure downtime part of the book, I was wondering what some other people will allow for you to actually train during the adventure downtimes. Because it says you can do additional stuff to what's listed. So you could like maybe have people learn weapon proficiency instead of tool proficiency, pick up cantrips, do crazy stuff with significant amounts of time put into it.
but it takes a long time. The book says it takes hundreds of days to do stuff like
I think it's 250 days for training.
Yeah, to build some plate, for instance, if you're a smith, you know, it takes like 3 people, like 300 days to make plate mail or something crazy.
Yep. Yep. And I actually really like that aspect, and I see no problem with it. We were discussing earlier just the idea of when you choose a feat and gain a proficiency in 5th edition, and some of the qualms that people would have. And my point of view was, what if you have another player character who has this proficiency? What an opportunity to have these two characters roleplay. And just bringing up with plate mail. Well, this is how you put on the plate mail, and these are your weak points on the armor. Can you feel the extra weight that it takes to pull, the weight it puts on your body and how much more you have to push to perform any actions? Just going through that, I think, is a great way to deal with that. And you can do that in downtime. That's brilliant. I mean, it serves the same purpose as whittling or writing a song. It's just something that your character is working on in the downtime. Yeah, that's my point of view.
Have you guys watched the Andrew Wood live play series, Secrets of the Wheeldath? It's the one that Rob Davis GMs.
Mm-mm.
Have not.
He,
I don't watch any of them.
They do something awesome in that's really similar to what you were just talking about. Like the mage in the group, the wizard, wants to learn martial skills. So there's these long sequences in town, like when they're RPing between stuff, where Andrew Wood's character, Rivishar, just kicks the shit out of him with his fashard, like stands around town at him, like,
oh, that's awesome.
yeah, you know, like he's practicing footwork. He's trying to tell him how to do it, beating him with the blunt end of the fashard, and over time, like allegedly, you know, he picks up the skill.
That's awesome. See,
cool.
I just love that, man.
I'd love to be able to beat up some of my other player friends every now and then.
You have heinous motives.
Hey, I want to teach you how to fight. So get over here. Let me whoop your ass.
That's what I used to do to my brother when I was a kid.
Right, you're just helping him, right?
Yeah, I'm helping you out, man.
But you could do that with spells too. I mean, some people might stop and go, "Oh, how do I do that with spells, the spell casting?" Well, depending on if your DM's really picky or has a certain rule set of how magic works and an idea of all that, you could say, well, you need to sit and concentrate for a moment and clear your mind.
I would probably allow it with the right group. Yeah.
Maybe that kinetic energy that you have, that you're focusing on your hands to move them, then just try to focus that into a single spot in your palm. And from there, think of fire. Think of the heat. Try to feel the heat. And put more energy into that. Maybe flex your muscles. Perform the action. Envision creating this cone of fire. And that's how you could roleplay a spell.
Here's the issue that could come up, and this is why I say I would probably allow it for the right group. The problem you would run into with this stuff is you're going to get that group of people that's going to use it to look for the mechanical advantage. Like, oh, we're all going to learn how to cast spells, we're all going to learn how to use heavy armor, and we're all going to know how to wield swords like masters.
Nope.
Well,
Yeah.
there's one way you can avoid that that's foolproof, and that's don't play with those people. That's what
Remember I told you I was
right.
with
No,
Twilight
you're right.
Play? It's true.
You're right,
Lonnie
but
just
that's why
hit the
I
nail
said
on the head.
you need the right group. I mean, I have players that I think, like I said earlier, my Pathfinder group, I really enjoy them. I think there's a couple people in there who would look for mechanical advantages when they can. At least two of them would, you know. And so I'm probably, while I might still allow it in a group like that, I would definitely make it very difficult to do that. So, I mean, you might have to do that spell roleplay for 20 sessions before I say, okay, yeah, now you can cast a fireball at 1d4 damage or something. Or
Well, it depends on how
candlelight.
session
There we go.
the campaign goes. I mean, I wouldn't make it 20 sessions. I might make it 4. Something like that.
Right.
Just because I feel that that's too big of a penalty for trying to learn something new. But I had another point.
For spells, though, I mean, that can be a pretty big thing. So, I mean, 4 sessions isn't very long if you're looking at something like, oh, I'm going to learn how to do one of these 1d10 fireballs or whatever out of the player's handbook. You know?
Yeah, I try to play with people to where almost like a lot of the players that I play with will go, man, is this breaking the game? Like they'll say it. Should I dial this back? You know, because they're as concerned with how well the game is going as I am. You know, so that's kind of nice. I mean, that really makes it a lot because I've played in groups like that, and especially D&D or Pathfinder, man. It is no fun to feel like you got to keep the wheels on the race car with people like that in the game, man. You got to watch everything,
It's
and there's
true.
so much
The
crap
dice
to
roll.
what.
They roll,
Yeah.
pick it up,
Yeah.
and they're like, here's a 20.
Oh yeah, man.
See, I don't
those guys-
feel overwhelmed with, like, someone power creeping. You know, I feel like I'm pretty well in control of everything, and they're not going to throw me for a loop. Like, no matter what, I can always throw more stuff at them
Man,
or just
I am
nerf
until,
them.
I am until about like 15th level or so, man. Then you're like, Jesus, I can't keep track of everything.
It's
The
true.
characters can
Yeah.
do. And like I said, then they're doing stuff with their spells that aren't even the way it's supposed to work. And
Exactly.
yeah,
Well, I told you earlier, Lonnie, I'm the DM who plays like 2 sessions and we never play again.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well then, yeah, I know. I
That's
usually
not a problem.
I don't have those problems in the first 2 sessions of my game either.
But my number one problem, though, with metagamers, and I've played with or power gamers, I guess you'd say. I've played with quite a few of them. Is they have this point of view of it's me versus the DM. I want to break this game, or I want to find some exploit and that wouldn't be possible, and feel great about that. I don't like that because that's not a social. It's not socially. Can't find a word for it, but it's destructive. I don't like destructive actions being taken in my game,
Right.
because it's ruining the experience for everyone, not just the DM. And I just hate that view.
The thing I have one of my characters or players do, he's always doing that 5-foot step at the end of the round, and that kind of bothers me because really it's stupid. I mean, I'm just gonna move one step over and attack him anyway. So I mean, does the 5-foot step really help him? No, it's a waste of another couple seconds on his turn. I don't know. It just bothers me, and he does it almost all the time.
Unless
Then he tells everyone else to do it. Yeah, but still, it's stupid.
Well, I don't know. Say you have two enemies right next to you. You have an ally that's on one side of them. In 5th edition, you can just use your move. Say you use the last of your move to flank that guy. No, you could just turn around and move 5 feet around to the side to attack him, so that you get that flanking, have advantage on that attack. But I can see if it's just like every move.
There is no flanking. In fact, to get the advantage on the attack, the other person has to distract them, like declare their action as a distraction type of action.
Well, I'm adding flanking. But
it's called help.
Distraction though.
I'm with you on that. Let's bring back flanking.
Flanking is a legitimate tactic, guys.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with flanking. I'm just letting you know what the book says. It's a help action or something.
Yeah, it's the same situation though, right? I mean, it seems less the way I took it when I've only played a little bit of 5.
The help action supposedly is that one person literally faints or is causing a ruckus by going, "Hey, over here," and then the other character then gets advantage on their attack. That's how it's written. But I'm cool with the flanking. I'd still do the advantage for both of them then.
The other person's not attacking, and it just seems weird that you'd have an enemy focused on someone already, and then you would go attack them at a weak point, and that person wouldn't get a benefit.
Yeah.
That just seems a little off to me, but I do like the help action, and I personally have house ruled it where you can do it from range, because you can only help someone if you're within 5 feet. What if you have someone who's ranged, who fires a shot that just is a distraction, or they make a lot of noise? That can still work. Maybe throw a rock at the guy's head.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really just kind of really upping the competency of all the combatants, I mean, it's kind of making it seem like I can handle fighting one person on each side of me unless they're taking their time to distract me.
Right. It's funny because the attack of opportunity in Pathfinder, for example, if they move into an adjacent square, no matter what, you get an attack of opportunity kind of thing. I always used to, if you're engaged in combat with someone in front of you and they move into an adjacent square, if it's not directly next to that guy, I would sometimes ignore your attack of opportunity. Just because it doesn't make sense. You're focused on the guy you're fighting with, not someone who's behind you.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, that's where I'm the old fuddy-duddy, so I would just roll up that map.
Yeah.
I would. I just roll it up, man, and then they get those things when it makes sense.
Right.
They just get all the things when the description makes sense of where they're at, and
he ran right by you. You can get an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Or even having a trigger. You could say that you could change the way triggers work a little bit by allowing people to trigger their upcoming actions. So in that scenario, say they're next to someone and they say, if this guy moves next to me, and it would warrant an attack of opportunity this turn.
Oh, yeah, you ready yourself for it.
I want to get the attack of opportunity, but I don't get to use my action this upcoming turn.
Oh no, I don't like that.
That's kind of like holding your action, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a ready action. You can do that, so you can stay at a door or something and wait for somebody to run out, and it's called readying your action. At least in the 5th edition, it's called that.
I'm pretty sure it was called that in 4E too, wasn't it?
I didn't play 4E.
Yeah, it's called ready action as well. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 4E is the only D&D that I haven't played, and it wasn't because everybody was so flaming on it. I just was playing other games and didn't want to buy, hundreds of dollars of books all over again.
Right.
Worth it for the point of view and just trying something new.
Mhm.
I still like the system myself, but I've homebrewed it heavily, homeruled the shit out of that game because it is broken. It is. And but once you home,
Anders our resident 4E over here too.
I mean, there's
I play a lot of that.
so you could relate to me with healing surges. They're insane. I ended up cutting it down to the point where you got half the amount you got from your classes, and then you would get your con mod on top. That made sense to me. Not having a bar. I had a barbarian who had 12 of those healing surges, but he would also rack up temporary hit points so much that he'd never even need to use anything. It's things like that I personally try to avoid and have homebrewed to avoid.
Do you dislike it in 5th edition too, the way it's set up?
No, I actually love every class, and that's another gripe of that review that was posted. Because when you look at the spellcasters, I actually think they did an awesome job with the warlocks. That was one class that I really felt was underplayed in 4th edition, and I love this idea that you get contacted or you have a relationship with some being that is outside of your plane, and they give you powers based on your allegiance to them. It has a very neat flavor. What I don't like that he liked is wild magic. I didn't like it in 4th edition, and it's the exact same in 5th edition. I feel like the sorcerer class, I agree with the sorcerer class and the mage, the sorcerer class and the wizard. I'm getting confused because 4th edition has a mage, a sorcerer, and a wizard. But I really feel those could be different classes, schools of one another, because they are so similar. They're using the same power source. A wizard's not doing much different from a sorcerer, other than they've learned. They have kind of the
like it could have been an archetype of it.
Exactly. I mean, it'd be cool to see a wizard that has this power that just flows through them versus having to concentrate. That's cool. But having a separate class, there's not enough options, I think. When I say options, I mean things that you could do with that. It's like that IP, that intellectual property, or the concept, it's just dry. At least that's my point of view.
The problem I have with wild magic is when I was looking through the sorcerer section, when you start to get sorcery points, because that's a big way sorcerers are distinct from like the wizard and other stuff. The GM has a lot of discretion. Basically, whenever you expel a sorcerer point, they can cause something to go off the wild magic chart. So later on, when you have tons of sorcery points and you're casting tons of wild magic already, your game will just get
150 times.
Yeah, 5 random effects.
Yeah.
So give me an example of what would happen. I haven't read up on it.
Okay, so let's open the. Let's review our sources here. But they have, I think, 10 different possibilities because you roll a d100. They might have more.
So the idea is that if I use a certain spell that uses a sorcerer point, then it comes from this list?
There's a you have to roll a d20, and if I think you hit a 1, then you roll one of these points, or you roll one of these random.
My understanding was that the sorcerer point is a double dip, because wild magic can go off of any spell, like when you roll a 1 on the d20. But then, if you're modifying the spell using the sorcerer point, like increasing its range, making it targeted when it's an AoE or any of those special effects sorcerers get, then there's an additional opportunity for wild magic to go off because of the use of the sorcerer point.
Oh.
I almost have you.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. Well, I guess I don't know enough about it still to say that, but I'm assuming it's stuff that would hurt you, for the most part?
No, it's beneficial.
Oh, it's beneficial? So it's a good thing to roll a 1?
So the thing is, the effects roll on this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute, ignoring the result on subsequent rolls. For the next minute, you can see any invisible creatures if you have line of sight. A Modron chosen and controlled by the DM appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you, then disappears a minute later. You cast Fireball as a 3rd level spell, centered on yourself, so that one's bad. You cast Magic Missile as a 5th level spell, but that's on anyone. Roll a d10. Your height changes by a number of inches equal to your roll. If the roll is odd, you shrink. If the roll is even, you grow. You cast Confusion centered on yourself, so another bad one. For the next minute, you regain 5 hit points at the start of each of your turns. The next one is you grow a beard made of feathers that remains until you sneeze, at which point the feathers explode from your face. You cast Grease centered on yourself. So they do have bad ones in there, but it's random stuff, completely random.
That's interesting.
I don't know,
It almost makes it a goofy class.
Yeah, it really does. Here's the worst one. You regain all expended sorcery points. So you just get a full regen of all of that resource, and you can do it all over again. So there is the possibility that you could keep, if you were incredibly lucky, you could keep regaining your points to be able to cast more spells.
I wonder how many times you'd have to set yourself on fire to get that roll.
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking of. It's the one you regain sorcery points with not using them.
Or there's one you regain 2d10 hit points.
And you have to roll on this every time you use a sorcery point.
Let me just check this. Wild Magic.
No, it's not. I had it wrong.
When you choose the 1st level origin, your spellcasting character can unleash surges of untamed magic immediately after you cast a sorcery level of 1st or higher level. The DM can have you roll a d20. If you roll a 1, roll on the Wild Magic Surge table to create a random magical effect.
Oh, okay. So it's only if you roll the 1. Okay, I'm fine with that then.
And it says the DM has like fiat with that. He can. It's not even necessary. He makes you roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
I won't even if I was.
You can just have one of the random things go.
I was gonna say I would either pick one or I would just roll it behind the screen and choose for you. Be like, nope, I don't like that first roll. You're not getting your sorcery points back. Let's do this again.
But it's not enough flavor to warrant a whole class. I agree on that.
And that's only for sorcerers?
Yep. The other one is that you choose a dragon that you're aligned with, and that gives you a damage type, and you can add that on certain attacks. You can speak and write in the language.
Gives you like an unarmored bonus.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that bad now that it's rolling a 1. If that was something you had to do every time you used a sorcery point or something, that would have been silly, and I would have felt like it was a cartoon class.
Yeah, well, you're already like rolling wild magic when you use most of your spells, so that sucker's gonna go off a lot.
It is, because it's not just the event that you roll a 1. But yeah, I do like the Warlock class, though. I think it's pretty awesome. And I like that each class gets specific spells, and eventually classes, there is a little bit of overlap in some of the spells, but there's also, there's so many classes that get specific spells, and I just love that idea. At higher levels, eventually certain classes, I think the Wizard gets the ability to learn spells from other classes. But I think the Bard does as well. Either way, I feel like the classes are overall excellent in this edition.
I never played a cleric until Matt's game, and I have a life cleric, which is pretty stereotypical, I thought, but I didn't feel like I played him that way, and I really liked him. I used that thaumaturgy a lot. I really just enjoyed that character. He's a dwarf, rocking some heavy armor, but yeah, I just really liked the character. It was fun.
Even the Rogue is a class that I feel wasn't very good in 4th edition. because I ran into a lot of problems with I want to use weapons that make sense for a rogue to use. You can't, but the fighter gets to do that and gets an entire build for that. And that's now he was mentioning the rogue doesn't feel like it has a ton of skills in it. What is he talking about? One of their features allows them to double their proficiency bonus on any of their proficient skills. That's insane.
Yeah. What
That's
weapons
awesome.
can't they use, or couldn't they use?
They couldn't use any bows of any kind. They also couldn't use... Actually, give me a moment.
Well, that's silly. Isn't Robin Hood basically a rogue?
Yeah. Maybe he's a ranged fighter.
You're right. According to the rules, apparently, of 4th edition.
Okay, there we go. From the source.
You got a multi-class to be Robin Hood.
Oh yeah, you have to. So if we look at the rogue, they gain proficiency in daggers, hand crossbows, shurikens, slings, and short swords. That's it. Nothing
You're like a
else.
ninja.
It really did kind of feel like a 1st edition, 2nd edition ninja from the Oriental Handbook.
Yeah.
They have some cool abilities in here, but it just didn't feel like a sneaking class or an assassin class. And eventually, they did come out with an assassin class, but they immediately stopped any support for it, and it was only in the I can't remember the name, Dragon. Yeah, Dragon, not Dungeon. But later on, they created Essentials, which I think is an awful, awful product. Because the characters are incredibly imbalanced compared to the regular 4th edition classes. They'll get the shit kicked out of them in the system. But they created an assassin class, and it felt like it suited a rogue more than anything else, because you got poisons. You could make poisons. It gave you a list of them that you could make every level. They had a Garrett. Finally, they had a Garrett in there, so you could really play this stealthy character that you couldn't in just the core rulebook. And I don't know. It's just 5th edition rogues feel like rogues, and even just from the 2 rogues I've seen played by different people using different approaches, it is very, very interesting. Every class is interesting. As you said earlier in this discussion, Juice, every class has tons of options.
I think it does, you know. I see you shaking your head, Andrew. You agree?
Yep.
Speak!
Especially with the rogue. I feel like the 5th edition rogue is way closer to what they were doing in 3rd edition. Like, I feel 4E, if you haven't played it a lot, had like a real kind of Eastern anime edge to the way they flavored a lot of the characters with powers and stuff.
Yeah.
The rogue felt more like some kind of assassin/thug than maybe his thief origin from the older editions.
Well, he literally has, in Martial Power 1, there are 2 builds. One is just an acrobatic build. All you do is jump around, really. And the other one is literally a thug. You play like a brute. I can't remember. I think it's called brute. But it's a complete character build, and there are tons of powers for it. It just feels very off-kilter, just not what a rogue should be.
Right. So I'm looking at these rogue archetypes.
Yep.
Thief, assassin, arcane trickster.
Yep.
So you can cast spells, it looks like.
Yep. You get some cantrips. You get some spell slots.
That's cool.
It
I
is
like
awesome.
that they do that. So, like with the fighter, they do that too, where you can take the Eldritch Knight thing. I like that they're letting you do that, and you know there isn't a need to automatically say I'm in a multi-class.
Mm-hmm. And we were just discussing about multi-classing. I just to reiterate our points to Andrew. I know mine was just that I'm not using multi-classing because I think it's an outdated concept, and I'd rather have new classes or give options to the current classes to gain different abilities. But there's also the other point of view of whether you. It's just how you approach that. There are different ways of approaching it. I know I'm not using it because I don't see a need.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of multi-classing.
Well, it's just such a power gamer thing. In 4th edition, the only time there was one time where they did it excellent, but that wasn't a power gamer. But anytime anyone wanted to multi-class, it was because they were a power gamer. And they wanted the benefits of both of these classes. Not because they had an interesting idea for a concept, but the one time it worked, it was awesome because the guy chose a Scion, and he chose a Scion and a Warlord. It worked out really well, and he gave it justification. He knew his character wasn't as good as it could be, but it eventually allowed him to create like a mirror image of himself, to flank characters, other guys, and he could also inspire his allies to do an extra attack. It was a really neat combination, but it wasn't mechanically as beneficial as it could have been. And that's the only time I've ever seen multi-classing work.
All right, Lonnie.
Oh yeah, I told myself I was gonna log off at midnight, but it was like an awesome discussion, so I've been in it. But I need to go crash because I gotta get up early morning.
Well, we can do this again though. Let's do this
definitely.
again too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Nice
see you
to
later.
guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Yep.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
Yeah, I do this all the time. I'm always like, oh, I'm going to stay up and do this for 30 minutes, and I'm up 7 hours later still doing this with Andrew.
Yeah, we got a bad track record.
Yeah, we did this the other night where I was like, I'm going till midnight, and I think we did it till 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you sent me a message and was like, 45-minute Google Hangout, dude, and then 7 hours later.
We even said at one point, we're like, all right, we're going to get off, and we still were on for another 45 minutes afterwards.
You know it's good when.
Yeah.
But,
we definitely have fun with it. I think I'm going to...
Oh, go ahead.
I think I'm going to try and do these probably at least once a week. Tonight I was thinking about running a game, but I didn't get on till about 9. And I don't like to really jump, like, it just felt like too late to run a pickup game. So that's the only reason I didn't do it.
I'd be willing to do it, man. I'll be there.
I was going to say, what I do is, Andrew knows, I have a bat signal that I put up on my Facebook page. And yeah, when I post it up, that means I'm looking for 4 to 5 players for probably 5th edition.
Okay.
So what I'll need at that time is a PDF version of your character sent to an email, which I'll put it there. And then the first 5 who get me the email are in my game.
Okay. Well, I'm interested. And I technically have a character already ruled, so...
That's perfect. Get them into a PDF so you can email it to me real quick. And then we'll do that sometime. But yeah, what were you saying?
I was just curious about Andrew and any experiences he has with 4th edition. Any things he liked, didn't like. Because that's something that 4th edition just got so much hate that people didn't play. And I think they missed out on the opportunity to play something different. But yeah.
I like all editions of Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I'm a non-edition warrior type of guy. I've DM'd like 2 fairly long groups of 4E over the last couple years, and I like it. Lots of people dog on the way powers work and that it doesn't let them roll P and all that, but I've never had a problem with it. I mean, I've always let players texture the powers however they want. It's not something static in my games, like where you're reading off the flavor text for a power and that's how you're delivering it. I don't know where they get these crazy ideas.
I agree. I did the same thing. It's just a damage output and a hit bonus.
I hate when people say you can't role play with certain games, and that drives me nuts. Or a game's broken. It's not broken. No, all these games that people say are broken, people are having a blast with at their tables. You know.
Yeah, I mean, my base, like, the first game of D&D I ever played was a 3rd edition game. I would probably consider my go-to system with my friends 2nd edition, if I had to choose one. Maybe 5th edition now, though, because I'm enjoying it so much.
Yeah.
But I never had any problem with 4E. I thought the combat was actually in-depth and pretty entertaining with it, especially if you like the grid and miniatures. I really enjoyed it. But I've had people ask me before, could you play 4th edition without the grid? And you definitely can. I think you can. You have to. I will say this though: you have to remove certain things. Like you basically have to throw cover out the way cover works, and you have to modify some of the positional stuff.
Why would you have to throw out cover? Couldn't you just?
You have to draw a line from
ruling?
one opponent to the other opponent.
Just use a GM ruling.
Yeah.
Do I have a straight line?
You could.
Yes.
You know, when I say throw out cover, I don't mean like take out the mechanic, but throw out the way they do it.
Yeah, well, when I don't think you could, just based on the powers. They're so specific, so situationally specific, along with the feats, that it's...
Give me an example.
Because
I have never
sure.
played...
Give me a moment, and I'll go to Martial Power 2, and there's one that I remember that sticks out as just a huge thing.
Because, I mean, being a guy who's never played 4E, I just feel like I need some examples to understand.
Yeah, like for me, it's how specific you want to be with stuff. But Theater of the Mind, by its nature, I think is unspecific. Like I think that's where theater works, isn't an unspecific theater.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you start trying to say exactly where a person is, everybody's confused because they're imagining it all differently in their minds.
Right. Oh, and this makes it very specific, though.
Yeah, like with the way the reach mechanics work and like pushing and sliding and everything, it's a very specific amount you're allowed to move stuff. Like you can still do it, but for people that play 4E because it's 4E, like if that's your game, you wouldn't like it.
Gotcha. Interesting.
But for like my players, I have players that play all editions. So if I'm playing 4E and I have people in there that are just playing because that's what we're doing that week, I mean I've ran it Theater of the Mind,
and it went fine.
Yeah.
I hear you.
For me, you can boil D&D down to something really, really basic, which I would call just the heart of the game, and that's attacking, skill checks, and roleplay. Like if you have those three things, that's basically what you're doing for 90% of any Dungeons and Dragons game. Everything else is just like layered on top of it. So any addition
what else
to
is there?
Yeah. Basically adding complexity to each of those in steps.
Yeah.
Like skill checks can become skill checks with advantage, disadvantage, negative modifiers, positive modifiers.
Right. Or they could be skill checks in combat or skill checks in RP.
Yep, and then special actions I would consider something like maybe that fills up a lot of that extra 10%. Like you want to, for instance, grappling or coups, stuff like that. All the stuff that's extra stuff you can do during combat, but which isn't a direct attack.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, so you know how I was talking about doing a PDF or whatever? Like Adventure as a pay what you want? I think I'm going to write it tomorrow during the day.
Nice. Yeah, if you want somebody to give it a second pair of eyes, shoot it over to me and I'll help.
I will. Since I'm gonna be home with my daughter tomorrow, I'm gonna try and get some work done first thing in the morning, and then I'm just gonna try and crank it out, and I'm gonna even try and do my own little artwork for it, which I'm not an artist at all, and I'll just scan it in as a PDF at work or something and send it over.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say what we were talking about earlier with the pay what you want. I think that's a good way to do it.
Definitely. Well, I wasn't able to find the feat I was looking for, but I did find Teamwork Defense.
Okay.
It is you are adjacent to one or more of your allies who also have this feat, and you gain a +1 to AC. That's not as bad, but I noticed a lot of Scion powers. Any of the Psionic classes require you to have an ally who is adjacent to you and an enemy that is attacking them.
But all that means is that you're next to your friendly. That's not hard.
You're next to a friendly, and that friendly is being attacked.
Yeah, that's not hard in Theater of the Mind.
The thing is that both of you also have to have these feats. And that's the trouble, is both of you have to say, okay, we're going to take this feat and look for this particular situation. We're going to plan around that.
Oh, it's like a teamwork feat.
yes, everyone needs to work together, and that's the problem with a lot of these feats.
It's the
Because it
specificity.
requires, that's just it. If they were more broad, they'd work out. Or specific ranges. You need to be within 10 feet. Those aren't too bad. Or like within 10 feet and needs to be hit by a ranged or magic attack. That kind of specific stuff. Not every player is going to be sitting there remembering that they have this feat here for that one specific occasion. Especially when you get a feat every level, practically every level. That's a lot of feats, not to mention the powers. I ended up scaling them down so that your maximum powers would be something like 6 or 7, and then you'd have to constantly swap out, because normally you swap out at level 15. By then, you have something like 20 powers. No joke, 20 powers. And not to mention that's not including any magic items, or any boons, or any other kind of power you can get from an item or an oath or blessing.
So it sounds like more than anything, there's just too much to remember.
Well,
Yeah,
that
definitely.
definitely
That
is
makes it
something
hard.
about it. Like, okay, so another argument against running it as theater would probably be the way monster tactics work in 4E. Because stuff can get really crazy. If you've ever looked at some of their stat blocks, they'll tell you really specific ways you're supposed to be using the
Here,
monster.
give me a moment.
I
I'll
have
show
seen
you.
that.
I'll show you. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that where it's
I
like,
think
oh,
I
they're
got
going
the
to do
books.
this
I
in
got
their
the whole
first
thing
couple
collected.
rounds, and then they're going to flee if something does this, or
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, you'll get ones like we're talking about with the 5-foot step, like the strike and move. You'll
Yeah.
get monsters that do that to very specific ranges.
Exactly.
You'll get monsters that have
skirmishers.
you'll get ones with modified reach, and that's where stuff gets really funky. Like, say you'll get one that has threatening reach, and you bull ring it. Now, if anybody moves within a certain range, say 10 or 15 feet, you're not next to the monster anymore, but you're still provoking opportunity attacks.
Yep.
Right.
So things
that's-
can,
It's
yeah.
annoying. It's annoying. It's too much. I really feel like it. I agree with the war game aspect. It is really closer to a war game than anything else. I always like to play the game at lower levels. I actually never went into not Paragon, but the one beyond it, Epic level tier,
Oh, epic.
because it's insane. It's insane the amount of options players have. It's insane.
They will power game the shit out of that game too.
Oh, yeah.
Like you'll get players. If you hate power gaming, then stay away from 4E. Because if a power gamer gets his hands on 4E, it's gonna get ridiculous.
Definitely.
By the time you're in epic tier, you'll get a player that's 15 times more powerful than the rest of the party. He'll kill bosses that are meant as like hour-long combats in one round of combat.
Yeah, the barbarian single-handedly wiped out a 10 enemy encounter because he could hit one guy, move forward,
And
hit
keep
one guy,
going.
just keep going.
As long as he
His
killed it, is
damage
that
was
the deal?
insane. He also, as long as he killed it, which he did, he also was getting temporary hit points, and he had lied about getting temporary hit points from multiple. So that's another rule you have to remember as a DM. So he was doubling up the amount of temporary hit points he had. Insane. The guy had more temporary hit points than he did actual hit points.
Wow.
It's possible, but you have to play with people who you can trust that aren't going to do that. And I always run at lower levels because the game is a lot easier to manage. And with the house rules I have set up, it never goes beyond being manageable.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd say 90% of my games are heroic tier games. Like, if I do one-shots, they're always heroic. The only time I go out is in campaigns, and stuff always gets crazy.
It does. Well, the other thing is skill proficiencies in 4th edition. Something that really bothers me is there's a lack of specialization in each class and with skills. Even at first level, you'll have a lot of crossover with classes and their powers. They're very, very similar. Maybe just the flavor text even changed. But also the skill proficiencies, I feel like that's something that should really define your character. And, I mean, 5th edition does an excellent job with that. But it avoided having classes that constantly ended up getting the same proficiencies or the same spells or anything like that. But
So this is totally random and off topic, but when I logged into this tonight, apparently there's a new ability to applaud. I don't think we can do it because we're in it, but we have 4 viewers right now, and if there's an option to do that, I just want to hear it. Can one of you try it?
I've saw on Google Hangout tutorial that one of the you can get like an app, Google Effects or something, and it lets you do sound effects.
Oh,
so
yeah.
what does that mean, viewers? Because to me,
like they're live streaming, I want to say from YouTube. I mean, I guess that they could be live streaming it from Google Plus, but I don't know because when I've watched it usually through YouTube.
Oh man.
if people could do that from like the actual watching an embedded video, it would be so trollish.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome. They're like, oh, you're talking about 4E. Wah, wah.
Well, I don't know nothing about this mumbo jumbo right here.
Actually, when Paul was talking about skills, I forgot, Juice. Didn't you know that there are like no options for skills in 5e? That it's not realistic at all. That proficiencies ruin the skill system.
You're such a jerk. You don't get this, Paul. We have a friend. I wouldn't even say a friend. We have somebody who comments on our videos.
All the time.
I had mentioned him earlier without mentioning his name because I don't want to give him the props.
Same guy. Same guy.
Yeah, same guy. He dogs our videos that are about D&D, yet he makes it sound like he hates them. Yet his favorite game is Pathfinder. Or not Pathfinder. Was it 3.5 Pathfinder? I can't remember now. Do you know what it was, Andrew?
I don't know what he said. I didn't see his response yet.
Yeah, one of them was GURPS and stuff like that, but
Tons of dice.
yeah, he definitely referred to like Pathfinder or 3.5. I can't remember. But yeah, he just said that the skills are broken and there's not enough and there's not enough options and da-da-da-da and the proficiency of it is broken. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's a great game.
Bullshit. I mean, the fact is you can make skills. You can. I, in fact, have a resource with something like over 100 possible skills that you can just homebrew into your game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or do it like into the background. You know how like dwarves automatically can tell what kind of stone. Well, not automatically, but you get bonuses on stone and history of stones and
I
things
think
like that.
we do get to know automatically what the surface is made of.
Yeah, something
That
like
kind
that.
of thing. It's in their stone. Here, give me a moment. I'll
Yeah.
fix it.
I mean,
I agree. House rule instead of complaint.
About it.
House rule.
Yeah, or just make it part of the background. Like no matter how it is. Like if you really want to incorporate more skills, just throw it into your character's background. It's as simple as that, and give them a +1 or a +2 on that stuff.
It'd be so easy to say every single character you create also gets +5 to 1, and you can just call it training.
Yeah,
I mean, I just did it. I house ruled it. We're done.
you get a +5 to whatever you're trained in.
Yep, choose
Yeah.
one. That's how you're distinct from the other players.
There you go. And it's not rolled on. We don't have a chart. You pick it. It's your specialized skill.
I mean, I'm already doing it. I've already not that, but I've already house ruled or am house ruling mounted combat. And that's another area actually that our friend has taken issue with and argued with me about.
What did he say about it, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay, so the first time I was house ruling it, which was like back in July, I was talking about how I wasn't a fan of how they handled lances.
Mm-hmm.
Because they actually, I'll let Paul go first here before I get into this because it's really ranty.
Sure. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origin of stonework, you are considered proficient in the history skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus.
So +4 at first level.
Yeah, but there's something else about knowing the texture of stone and knowing what kind of stone it is.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to find that. But anyway, go ahead on the rant. Comments.
Okay, so originally I had taken like an issue with the way lances worked now because I like using pole arms. I'm a big pole arm guy. And in my 4E
Compensating.
Yeah, man, I gotta use the biggest thing I can find.
I
I'm
like
also-
lances too.
I'm also a gun enthusiast, so you know it's true. No, if you guys like guns, don't hate me for saying that. But, alright. Lances. I do a lot of mounted combat. I like polearms. Lances in 5e changed quite a bit. Like, you no longer get double damage mounted, which used to be one of the big, like, lance features. They changed it up, so now you can just use it as a one-handed, like, versatile weapon when you're mounted. So that's, like, the new boon from it.
I prefer that actually, because 4th edition didn't have anything to do with pole arms and mounted.
Yeah.
It didn't. So, is it really shocking? Because they're
I
missing a gap in the design philosophy of this edition. Because this edition they didn't jump from 3.5 and then to 5th edition.
Right.
They tried other ideas, so.
Well, specifically what I don't like about it is that, like, for me, mounted combat is supposed to have some kind of increased lethality, especially in 5e right now, because you actually take quite a bit of a risk to yourself getting on a mount, the way they have it set up with being able to fall off and have to do skill checks. So, to get on a mount and there's not
one viewer, by the way. You must have ran them off with your mounted combat.
Yeah, they're gone, man.
Oh shit.
Sorry, keep going.
But
See, I lost them in mounted combat.
I have an idea. Double proficiency bonus for the attack and damage with polearms on a mount.
Aha! You see, that's originally where I was going with it, and that's what got Thulian to attack me, because
Oh, you name
Thulian-
dropped.
Oh shit! It's out, man.
It's okay. It's okay, Bruce.
Yeah. So this guy, I don't know why. So this guy, he was like, that doesn't make sense, because if you're riding a horse at something or any other mount, any weapon you use mounted is going to inherit the mount's velocity or the mount's momentum. And I was like, yeah, that's true, but I want to make a distinction between weapons that can transfer more force because they're made to be used from a mount.
How about this idea? When you have a sword that has a generally short range, or anything like that, it's not a polearm, you have a short range. So, yeah, you get the extra momentum, but you also are probably going to...
Negative
there's a
to
high
hit.
chance of you hurting your... high chance of hurting your animal or hurting yourself because
Or disadvantage to
the
hit.
extra carry your swing. I mean, if you have a polearm, you have that extra distance, so you're not going to harm anyone around you. Just what you're kind of aiming for.
Yeah, we all know that's not true when it snaps in half and splinters your horse in the throat.
Fuck you, buddy.
Juice has been studying, man. He's learned the ways.
Well, I've been watching, that guy's channel. No, I'm just kidding.
It's food, right?
Yeah. So my whole thing with it was I was like, yeah, oh, okay, whatever. So I
He's
came up
watching right now.
the way I'm gonna handle it now is that I'm not like decided on the damage yet, but there's gonna be a damage increase when you're on a mount for using a weapon while the mount's moving. But for polearms, there's a chance that you can knock the way I'm gonna do it now is you knock
knock
the
the
enemy
pole.
prone, but there's also a chance that you can stun the enemy, but it's at a high DC, Constitution DC, and it has to be something your size or smaller.
Instead of stun, or maybe you've thought of this, and this is what you're thinking of, is the stun would come from the animal falling on you. Because I find it, because usually if you're saddled in and your mount goes down, you're going down with it. There's no way of getting out of that. So I would take the stun flavor-wise to that extreme, even if your mount isn't completely injured, killed off. I just think that might make a bit more sense, because I find it hard to believe that being knocked off a mount would make you stunned. I could see you.
I don't know. You
take
usually
damage.
have armor, though. It would hurt really bad. You might be
Yeah, have
stunned.
it hurt. Have it hurt. Stunned. I just feel like that's a bit too much because you're also prone.
I agree. I agree with you, Paul. The stun effect is only on what's getting lanced or polearmed. They would make the DC versus stun.
What
But-
about just doing damage from the fall and then damage from the weapon. Instead of making it like, oh, we need to multiply the damage or anything like that, make it fall damage and...
Make it 1d10. There we go.
Well, a lot of time... Okay, Robert Waldo made a good point here. There's two types of mounted combat. There's symmetrical and asymmetrical. Like, sometimes you're fighting against somebody else on a horse, but
Right.
sometimes you're fighting horse to ground.
Yes.
Right.
So there almost needs to be distinct rules for both of those.
That's
Because
Getting
In a-
crunchy.
right.
Well, you also have blades that were made for that specific kind of combat. You look at scimitars, part of why they were so popular on horseback is because they were built, same with katanas if I understand correctly, is to go with the swing. It follows the momentum, and you cut through
Because of the
people.
curved blade.
Your blade doesn't get stuck in someone's body. which
Same
is
thing with a
apparently
saber.
big problem. So I do maybe that's where you could add bladed weapons in, a bonus for blade weapons. If they're doing mounted to ground combat, they get bonus proficiency, bonus whatever, maybe a status effect. I was thinking
So
of
glad
adding
I don't
status
do
effect.
mounted combat.
A cool status effect I was thinking about is bleeding damage, or just bleed. And that might be that I haven't decided everything yet, but it would be neat to add that in there. Just this idea that you either lose a certain amount of hit points every turn, 1 hit point a turn, or your maximum HP goes down until someone uses a healing kit, and you cannot use your hit dice. Something like that. Because in those situations, when you've been hit with such a heavy blow, like a puncture, or someone's gashed out the side of your ribs, I mean, you're not just going to be able to slap your face and get up and be hunky-dory. Just don't
Right.
happen.
I bet bleed's going to be in the DM guide. I have a really strong feeling that it will.
But I don't know. I like that idea. I'm scared to homebrew stuff with the system just because I don't know what's in the DMG.
Yeah, that's why I waited so long. I originally did the homebrew with the starter set before the PHB was even out. And I was like, maybe there'll be some additional mounted stuff in that, but it was the same as basic. But
Yeah.
if they're going to do it, it probably will be in the DMG for the first round of stuff.
I'm actually liking what they're doing with the DMG though, because I'm tired of previous editions DMGs not really having much to say about the actual game other than advice on running it. I mean, that's good and all, but most of the advice is repeated over and over, even within the book. 4th edition had 2 DM's guide, and the second one was better than the first in that it showed you how to customize monsters, give monsters roles. It had a ton of new terrain that you could use, fantastic terrain, mechanical stuff, options, and I really like that this new one sounds like it's going to have a ton of new, not just optional rules, but I could see them going into terrain, or even different travel rules, because they've now added that, just like 1st and 2nd edition had.
Well, this is where it becomes modular, I guess, is with the DMG. And that was the whole premise of the whole system, is it's going to be a modular system you can slap things onto.
DMG 2, by the way, from 4E was my favorite Dungeon Master guide of all time, I think.
I agree.
It was really good.
Do either of you have the Pathfinder one?
Yes, I have all the Pathfinder books.
And
The
you,
Game Mastery book.
yeah.
It's good. Game Mastery is very good for world building. That section on world building it rivals the 2nd edition World Builder's Guide. And if you haven't checked that out, find it, because it is, even if you get it on PDF form, it's old enough that Wizards you're not going to find a new copy, and it's incredibly rare to get. So even if you want one, I'd be happy to send it your way. It's worthwhile as a read. And it goes hand in hand with the Game Mastery Guide. So that's what I use to create my own campaign setting, campaign world.
Okay.
And it took a burden on my shoulders, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I originally got the Game Mastery Guide. I was a Palladium fan, and I got the Game Mastery Guide by Pathfinder because it was kind of system neutral for all the world building and dungeon creating and all that stuff. And then everything after that, it was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I should just buy a bunch of Pathfinder books.
Well, I have a problem with Pathfinder having so many bases.
Yeah.
The Book of Advanced Races, a bit overkill if you ask me.
You don't like that one? I actually
No,
like that one. I don't like
I
the
don't.
Advanced Class Guide, Ultimate Magic, and Ultimate Combat.
I don't like that witch class that uses their hair as an attack. I think that's a little crazy.
Which one's that?
Whoa, I'm tripping acid right now. Who does that? That's awesome.
I don't even remember which one does that.
This sounds like some frickin' plain
It's in the second.
crazy
It's
shit.
not in the core book. It's the next one. It might be the advanced classes you're talking about. Here, just give me a moment. And
I thought we were talking about Advanced Race Guide.
yeah, we were, and then you brought up the advanced class guide.
Oh yeah, I hate the Advanced Class Guide, and I hate Ultimate Magic, and I hate Ultimate Combat. Those ones I could do without. Although, I wish you could take some of those classes and just throw them into the core book. You know, and just add some of the mechanics for it, like grit. You know, throw that in the core book. You know, but for the most part, I hate those extra books like that.
Okay. Well, I'll try to find it for you, but
Okay.
conversation continue.
Yeah, the Mythic Adventures was kind of cool. I liked the idea that you could all of a sudden take like any level character
It's the
with
witch.
Pathfinder.
It's the witch.
Oh, I should have figured.
Page 65 of the advanced player's guide.
Gotcha. Yeah, players
also-
sucks.
The Cavalier, I think, is overpowered as hell.
You're big on balance, aren't you, Paul?
I don't like balance to the point where it's flavorless. I like balance where everyone can enjoy the game and feel like they all contribute. That's the goal. It's to have everyone feel like they can contribute. I don't like games where you have one character that outshines another.
But you're thinking strictly combat.
There, yes, because that's where you're going to have those particular rules. All those rules suddenly get thrown in the melting pot, and they all get balanced and judged against one another because you're fighting enemies. Everyone has combat rules. Every class has combat rules.
Right.
And you need to take in consideration that you don't want one to outshine the other unless it's a specific scenario. Like if you have your paladin fighting undead, that's cool.
See, I
That's
come from
cool.
Palladium
But
Books.
they don't do that for everything.
Right. I'm a Palladium Books fan, and if for instance, we'll throw Rifts out there. Everyone knows Rifts has characters that are in these giant mech warrior suits, and they're like 30 feet tall and deal supreme amount of damage. But then you also have a Vagabond who's a normal person, hood rat, trying to steal from people. And you can have both of these characters in the same party doing completely different spectrum, opposite ends of the spectrum type of crap. Now, of course it's not balanced, and it's not supposed to be. But you can use both of them in very creative ways to benefit the group. Now, anytime you're just going head up trying to attack something, that big-ass mech warrior suit's going to tear stuff up. But that Vagabond can do a lot of different things, whether it's, hey, the big guy's going to distract him, now it's up to that guy playing that Vagabond to do something creative. And you can do that with games like Pathfinder and things like that too. So you have that really powerful character. He might be a barbarian like you were referencing. Well, what about your rogue? He could be going while this barbarian's, drawing all the attention of all these bad guys. The rogue can be sneaking into the building, So I hear a lot of people complain about balance in these, and I just feel like maybe the players aren't creative enough to make it good. And I don't know.
I also say your DM giving you scenarios that allow players to do that because a lot of people, I feel, run these really shitty. I say shitty adventures because I feel that they take very little effort and thought. Just okay, so you guys arrived here at this field and there's bad guys here, and then when it ends, okay, so here's another field and there's the same bad guys but they have more HP. That kind of stuff sucks. So create an environment where other players. I spend a lot of time thinking about these combat scenarios, adding, say for your rogue, maybe there's this area you're fighting in has been used for characters' living space, but underground. So they have these little latches or hatches or things they can crawl under, and the rogue can use that to go underneath the battlefield. So you build these specific things that highlight certain characters' good parts, the benefits they get. so that you can kind of balance it out that way, provide the opportunity. Because what's a player supposed to do if they have a shit GM?
Right. Yeah,
Someone
no,
who
I know what
doesn't
you mean.
care.
I'll admit, I don't always put in the time and effort I should. And then I do try to run sandbox a little bit just so I can play off the characters and where they want to go. Because in the past, what I've found is when I have tried to plan out what's going to happen, the players, while they'll go with it, you can tell that they're just not feeling it. I'm not that good of a storyteller where I'm like, yes, this is what we're doing, and boom. Beautiful setup, and it all makes perfect sense.
Well, something that might help you, and something I've done with this adventure that I've built over the last 2 months straight, is I said straight up to the players, here's the premise, here's this legend, this idea, it's your responsibility to go here. And I gave them some examples of things that they could use to hook their own character in. Because that's where the adventure is. I run semi-open world adventures. That's what I specialize in. But I focus on a lot of detail, a lot of optional stuff. So by doing that, you're putting the onus on players to keep themselves invested. And then I can reward players based on them putting the work in, instead of me always, as the DM, always having to put the extra effort and always having to slave over something to make someone else happy.
How much time do you spend prepping, Paul?
Well, I'm not a super prep DM in the sense of, I have to preface my answer because I do a lot of prep, but I do a different kind of prep and I go about it differently. And so if I were to say for this last session, I put about 12 hours in, but I had already created the base. And if you'd like, I can show you a spreadsheet that I've been doing, things like that.
Dude, I haven't even spent 12 hours prepping for my campaign as a whole.
But the thing is, all the work I'm doing in is not just for one session. Because it's an open world, or kind of semi-open world, I'm adding depth and layers to all these different things, adding more puzzles. And they're optional, so players, I don't know where the players are going to go.
It's world building in general.
Content.
Gotcha.
And I brainstorm it a lot.
So when you're doing that, you're doing the whole world, or are you just focusing it where you know it's going to start roughly?
This particular adventure focuses on the city of Highcliffe atop these mountains, and the inhabitants have disappeared and left everything as it was when they left. No one knows what happened. And so brigands have gone there, thieves have gone there, but very few people have returned, and no one knows why. People believe it could be a curse, disease, and I do have a very detailed story about that, but that's optional. You can just go in and get your gold and find your shit and leave. And that's an effective tool to use. Instead of saying you can't leave, that makes people want to leave immediately.
Yeah, I've never told someone they can't do something.
There's something else here.
It's the prison effect. Like put a player character in a prison and they'll try to fucking break out of that thing any way possible. They'll try to chew through the wall.
No, so in that sense, I do a lot of prep. I do a lot of prep anyway, but I also do very specific kinds of prep. And what I mean by that is I'll make things specifically that benefit a character. And I think of everything as a puzzle. I never think of things as this is a social encounter, this is a combat encounter, this is specifically a trap or a hazard or a puzzle itself. Everything to me is a puzzle. Combat, enemies have weaknesses, the terrain could be used there, a specific item could be used, a damage type, something. Players can figure that out. When it comes to social situations, maybe people aren't, hey, it's adventurers, let's all talk to you, excellent. Yeah, you want to trade some stuff? Maybe they're reserved. Maybe they're saying, oh, it's you fucking adventurers, another batch of you, why should I deal with you? Mm-hmm. Or they're secretive about something. And it just creates this, going about designing an adventure with that philosophy has a direct impact on the execution, the presentation, and how players approach every situation. Because they really feel like choice matters. They can do something. And it's not like you fuck up and it's the end of the world. It's more like that particular thing, you might be able to resolve it in a different way, but you just don't have the tools, or you really pissed off someone. You need to help them later. Maybe they get caught up by a group of enemies and they ask for your help, or another one of their allies says, "Hey, this guy's just been knocked unconscious. We need your help." Do you help him? You pissed him off last time, but it's just making sure that there are a lot of consequences for actions, and that requires preparation.
That's what I do.
A lot of preparation.
Yeah, I tend to. Mine started basically with a world building thing I did like a year and a half ago. That's how my homebrew world started, and I started with a continent that I'm not currently playing in. It's south of where all my groups are playing in right now. But then what I did with that other part is I kind of went and made the map just of the world. I put dots for cities, and then I did some geography, just some basic stuff. So I had an idea of what was where and why things were where they were. So then after I placed all my cities, I came up with trade routes and some of the longer routes and short routes and all that. From there, I decided, all right, I'm going to start my players at this dot. I named the dot, came up with a story for that town, and then some of the stuff that's around that town, and then kind of started adding on why it was there. And as I added why it was there, it just was. And if the players find out, then they find out. And I made about, I'd say 5 to 10 NPCs for some of the local cities. And if they come across them, great. If they don't, then I'm winging it, and I actually enjoy winging it because it takes the game where I never would have expected and keeps it fresh for me. So I try not to bombard myself with too much information, but I like to have my information readily available so I can find it quickly. And I love the curveballs they give me when they're in town looking for something that I didn't think of at all.
Definitely. It's good stuff, man. I know when it comes to that kind of thing, I do preparation so that I feel safe about improvising, because I like to have structure. I'm just a person that likes some level of structure and continuity. I'm going for a feeling, a tone about an area. That's why I use soundtracks. I dim the lights. I go to great lengths to create this atmosphere. So when I do all this prep, like I was talking about with this kind of adventure, I'm doing it so that when players want to go off the beaten path, I know there's something there. And I don't detail what's in every single room. I'll just say, so here's the barber called the Blue Razor. That's the name of the place. And that's all I know. You go in there, I might say, this guy's friendly to the Thieves Guild. And so there's thief camp etched in the area that tells you that this is a safe haven. Beyond that, I won't know. And I'll just explain what's in there and create an idea as I'm going. But I wouldn't be able to say that, oh, on this street corner there's a barber. And I just can't do that for some reason. But the best way that I've gone about it is just to never give players all the information, all the answers. Just give them a ton of mysteries, just little bits that don't make sense. They see footsteps going somewhere where there shouldn't be. Who is that? Why are they there?
Do you give them a play-by-play as they're in a city, like of everything as they walk through it? Because I for instance, I'll explain what the city looks like as they approach it, and I'll ask them where their intentions are to go, and then I kind of fast forward to them finding it somehow. And that's how I do it. Instead of having to detail what's in the city around, I might say something that's in like something that stands out, like, oh, this one building is very, I don't know. You can tell it's a dwarven, structure because it's very well built or something, But I don't really go into a ton of detail. Like, you passed this store and this store and this and this.
Definitely. I used to do play-by-plays more, and I only do them when it's important. But even what I'm changing to, like if the city has nothing to do, it would be like, what do you want, where are you going, who you're talking to? Let's get this shit done. But if it's an important place, I usually use a hub or a couple hubs, and players have a lot of interesting conflict between them. Then I'll make sure that people familiarize themselves. I'll notice the buildings, and I'll go in more detail, because I won't add a ton of buildings. But as I've developed in my gaming GM career, I think that I'm going to, or have been taking steps towards this idea where you'll describe, here's the marketplace, here are some basic descriptions of the marketplace, things that stand out, and then you arrive at your destination. So you still get the flavor instead of just saying, you're at your destination.
When your characters are buying stuff, do you force them to RP it?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of do. Just because I want them to build the relationships and possibly take a liking to some of them.
Conan was one of the blacksmiths in the town, and he always built something against those damn Templars. He always had his. He had this massive thick door, and he was afraid of those Templars in the Dark Sun setting. But
Oh, you need to join the tabletop one-shot group. You'd be fun to play a game in.
so what I do with shopkeepers, well, I'll tell you what I used to do, and this killed me as a DM. It almost burnt me out. I would have shops detailing out their inventory, then I would have backup inventory that they had, and then I had the trade routes and how many days they would cycle their inventory, and I'd have
Percentiles.
I would have like 12 different sets of stuff, but it had to be a certain grouping of items, a certain style of items for certain areas, so you could only get a certain kind of item in a certain place. It took me forever to do. It didn't really matter. Players didn't give a shit, and I could just the way that I like to do it now is here are 7 items that this guy has. He only has those 7 items. He may have something in the back, 1 or 2 items, and when players revisit, 1 or 2 items has changed. Or as the players buy something, he puts a new thing up. And that's, instead of doing this, trying to build an economy, it's just too much work. It doesn't matter. Players don't notice it.
I do something similar but opposite. Instead of doing all that prep work, I might throw like a item in there that stands out, and I'll keep track of maybe 2 or 3 in a whole town. But besides that, if they're looking for mundane items, because typically they'll approach my shop person, and I'll be like, oh, is there anything in particular you're looking for? You know, and if they say, oh, no, we just wanted to see what you had, well, then it's like, okay, I'll look at my list. They'll see one of those items or 2 or 3 of those items on my list. Besides that, though, if they are looking for something in particular, I'll roll percentiles to determine if it's there or not. I don't charge them based on what's in the book either. I actually come up with a rating for like a city. So if it's a poor city,
nice. I like this.
Yeah, if it's a poor city, sometimes depending on who the shopkeeper is, I'll either say they're greedy and they want as much as they can get, or maybe they're a nice person and they just want fair market, so they might even go cheaper, you know. And so I play off of what I feel their personality would be based on multiple factors, and I wing it for the most part. But once I've done it once, I've got that set on a piece of paper.
Nice. I like that idea a lot. And another idea that I just remembered I've done a couple times. It works well too. It's close to what you're talking about, is that when players open a shop, they RP a little bit, and then I'll mention a few standout items, and the NPC will pick them up and show them off like these prized items.
Yeah.
Players then can ask, hey, do you have a short sword? And so that they can fill out the rest of the inventory in a sense, or they'll ask about what they're really interested in, but you can still say, I have this magical blade, and it shines beautifully. It has a blue tinge to it. It's a +1 sword instead of saying a +1 sword. But
yeah, you describe what it feels like and looks like. Yeah.
And but you highlight those magical kind of or special items that because I don't like to use magical items a lot personally.
Right.
But
I had a character. Andrew knows about this. I have a fighter character who's going pretty rogue on me. He's leaning evil, and I had his greatsword stolen last session, and the first city they went to, he went to the blacksmith to replace it with a regular greatsword, and he saw his magic greatsword hanging there. Yeah, he was pissed.
Awesome.
So the whole group started trying to negotiate for it, and they gave up like some stuff for it.
That's awesome. That's cool.
Let me ask you this. This might be interesting. Do you guys ever have your merchants screw over the party members, like sell them defective product? Because
not yet, but I'm now going to.
I had this one really funny incident. It was one of the first games I ever DM'd, and the players went to a blacksmith, and I had no idea what it was going to be. So, on the spot, I just named him Jonathan Axemaker. So they go in there, and it's this
Jonathan Axemaker.
Yeah, I kind of RP'd him having like a baby, kind of like an Austin Powers style voice. He's like really flamboyant, and those guys are like, so your name's Axemaker, you sell axes, and he's like, best around the area. So they end up buying this hatchet. Well, later it gets into this crazy situation where the player has to use the hatchet, and he goes to swing it, and the head falls off of it.
Nice. That's fun stuff to do. That's awesome.
So they kept seeing him because this was like a 7 or 8 session campaign. They kept seeing him throughout the campaign, and every time he'd be peddling like shitty axes. It was like an ongoing joke.
I
Yeah,
might,
man.
Nate, if you're watching this video, turn it off. I might steal your idea with some potions or something and make
Oh,
it just
yeah.
colored water.
I've done that. It's good. It's
Yeah,
good.
because right now my players are hunting the character who stole their greatsword, and he's made it to a city that they've almost started a war with between 2 other cities in this city. So they're in this city, and that's how we ended our last session. Well, Andrew knows I'm planning on setting it up so this guy is actually kind of like Robin Hood, like he steals to help the poor kind of thing. So he sold the greatsword for a bunch of gold, and now he's helping the poor. So he's going to have poor henchmen who are all good people, and then it's going to be him who's, so I'm going to add that twist to it, especially since they're starting to go down that evil route.
Moral
And,
quandary.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and mess with them a little bit and see if it works or matters. And but yeah, so then I could always throw this little potion guy at them to screw him over, and if that happens, I wonder what they'll do the next time they see that guy.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I did that like 3.5 years ago, and my players till this day, the same ones that still play, when I run them through a campaign, if they meet a CD merchant, they'll say out of character, "Hope he's not an axe maker, baby."
Awesome.
That's good stuff right there. Man, I could do conversations like this all night, man. I really could.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew knows that, but I really should wrap it up because it is after
Okay.
1 and I got to be up in a few hours. But
It's only 10 here.
where are you at, by the way?
Canada, or Canada,
Is it like
British
it's obviously
Columbia.
west,
to the north,
British Columbia?
the Great White North, yes.
Oh, okay, very cool. Well, yeah, if you guys are interested, we can definitely do it again like tomorrow night or some other time. But
Or we can actually play.
we could actually play. I'm playing in a game
Oh, shit.
Saturday.
Throw up the juice signal.
Oh, shit!
That's true. I might have to do that.
Or
Although
I could
Paul
run
needs
an
his
adventure
signal.
for you guys.
What's that, Paul?
Or if you'd like, I could run the adventure that I planned out for you guys as well.
I think that'd be awesome. You should do that for us next week.
That'd be sweet.
We'll have to set up
Yeah.
a time.
You know what I'll have to do? I'll have to just take that bat signal icon I made you and put Paul's name in it, and then give one to Paul.
Yeah!
There you go.
Everybody has one.
No, give him Superman.
No, I hate Superman. Superman is a cunt.
I agree.
Me too.
Okay.
You can't take Batman. That's mine.
Dude, that guy was killing me when he had that violent reaction to the bat signal.
Anthony? He's like, no! He hates it when I use, like, IPs of things. So, for instance, when I had the YouTube RPG Brigade stuff on my channel, he's like, no, you're better than that. You can do this on your own. And I was like, eh.
It's just a tip of the hat. Like, how much does it honestly help anyways?
I don't know. I don't think it helped anything. I just thought it gave because my channel's name was Juice. Like, that doesn't mean RPGs. And so I threw it on there so people could associate it with RPGs. You know? So now I have the D20 behind it, and I think that works too. And I call it tabletop role-playing or whatever, tabletop
The
gaming.
Punisher. Use the Punisher.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
If you can get a purple Punisher symbol like deep dark purple.
Yeah, I'll do it. I have a Wacom tablet, so I can just trace. I'll just like
Nice.
trace the symbol.
Hey, Paul, do you have a YouTube channel? Set
I
up yet?
do not. Well, I do have a YouTube channel, and
Just no videos.
I haven't. I've thought of making videos, but my backdrop, my lighting, that kind of thing, and I just feel weird standing up to like Sean Connors and
Oh, dude.
it's just kind of like, man.
I feel like you have some interesting takes on things. Like, you could do a good world-building video. I'm going to do the same thing I did to SR2 Joker here, Andrew. Andrew almost quit doing videos, it seemed like. I could be wrong. Until I was like, dude, make videos. And now he's, like, bigger than me.
I'm just sporadic. Like,
but he's got, philosophical points of view, good content. I feel like you would have good content too. Look at Main Man, right?
Main Man.
Go back a year ago.
You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, go back a year ago, no production value, right? That's, the model right there if you worried about your lighting and things like that. Obviously he has had decent lighting and stuff, but
Yeah, and look how far he's come. Now he puts images on park benches.
I actually hate those videos, just that production quality.
Oh, I love it.
Really, I don't know. It's on that level of so
cheesy.
bad it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like B level films that you just can't help
Yeah,
but watch over and over again. Yeah, no, I love it.
Definitely.
But yeah, I mean, just look at that. I mean, I'm not necessarily the biggest Main Man fan of his videos, but I think he is very entertaining. Other people love his stuff. Whereas SR2 Joker here and you seem like the philosophical kind of guys that offer a lot of good ideas, I feel. And at least from my conversation with you tonight, I feel like you could do a really good YouTube channel.
I appreciate that because it's something I've thought about, and I've often worried about my point of views not really being interesting, and I've never actually made a YouTube video in my life. And that's, I guess, one thing that's held me back.
Mm-hmm.
But I may give it a shot. I'm not sure if I can change the name of my channel because everyone else has interesting names for channels, and I just have my name.
You just make it Messier.
Mine sucks.
Yeah, sure.
Mine sucks too. My channel name's SR2 Joker. It's just my
Can you
name.
change it? Is there any way that you can just change it?
Yeah, you have to go through Google Plus to do it, though. But either way, I mean, you could still just do something, man. Just call it like
Actually,
Tabletop Theory with Paul or something.
Hey, you got your first 2 subs and plugs right here, right now.
Exactly.
Awesome.
And then if you want, just post live plays of you running your your games.
I don't know. I feel live plays are boring, to be honest.
They won't be with us in it.
I actually have a really interesting. Okay, one thing that I did, and I won't go into a huge detail about it, but in my last big homebrew setting, I ended up removing currency completely. And everyone that I know, everyone that I've researched has said, don't do it. There's no way you can do it. It's bullshit. Doesn't work. And I found a way. And it's based on a favor system. Now you can trade items, whatever items people want, and there's no base currency, so it's whatever you need and whatever the person wants. But you get favor tokens, and that represents your honor or your integrity. And you can give one favor token for a small item, for a small thing, like, hey, I know you don't want this item, but will you make this trade? Or you can use a large favor token, and you give that to the DM. Once you're out of them, you can't make any more promises because you just can't extend yourself that far. Other people know you've made these promises. And depending on the size of the promise, that NPC can ask you to do something for them. Say their daughter gets kidnapped by some witches in the
You
swamps.
owe them a favor.
You owe them the favor, and you could choose not to go through with that favor, but you lose that favor token for good because your honor has been tarnished in this world that is it's a tribal setting, almost tribal, a little more higher than that, but there's a lot of intimacy between people.
That would
and
help a
village.
game master too with trying to plant seeds. I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm twirling my mustache right now, just thinking about the evil
And
Arkham players.
the cool thing, people could gain back. They don't gain back, but they would gain more favors or favor tokens based on what level of social status they gain. You could even use the tier system, your levels, as a way of measuring that. But the idea is there's a serious consequence and a real benefit to using a system. And it worked very, very well in my group. So it's just an idea.
You should do a video
I
about
like it. I've done something. It wasn't like on a large scale. I had a singular merchant character though. It was based off of the character from Needful Things, Leland Gaunt, and I had it set up all wickedly where the party could get these amazingly higher level items off of them, but they would sign a contract and later they'd be called in to perform some kind of debt for him. And what I did was I let it stew for 3 or 4 sessions, and they completely forgot about it. Thought it was the best deal of their life. And then I had him appear to one of the characters in a dream, and call for his first favor by actually trying to murder one of the other party members.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. I really like that about, like I made a homebrew system for a one-shot, and it was pirate-themed, like dark fantasy pirate-themed. And it focused a lot on voodoo. And one thing that I really like is this idea of Papa Legba, who's one of their spirits, and he does things like that. He'll make he'll give you immortality, but at what cost?
I actually just played in a game like that at Gen Con. I played in the Nazcray game this year, was voodoo pirate themed.
It's fun stuff. Fun stuff. But yeah. Anyway, so I think that we'll wrap it up there because this will keep going and going.
It'll
Just like an Energizer battery. It's not going to stop.
Right. No, we should do this again tomorrow night, though.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Or play.
Or play. Maybe if it's early enough, I might throw up the signal. Or Paul's signal will end up.
Yeah.
And all two of us will come play.
Dude, you could do it. You could do
I
it.
know.
My adventure's set up. Well, it's still a challenging adventure. Think Dark Souls, if you've ever played those games.
I've played one-player games before with my wife, so. You know.
But it happens. Either way, it's still meant to be a challenging adventure.
Right.
I have one thing that's really cool is I have a way of modulating or changing the difficulty seamlessly. It's really cool.
It's awesome.
Paul?
Paul?
I won't go into it right now.
No, that's for tomorrow. Hey, Paul, I'm serious.
Yeah.
You need to make some videos. You have a lot of good things to talk about, I can tell. And it's just dying to get on YouTube and get people's opinions on it.
Yeah!
Hey, Paul, which one of these YouTube icons is yours? Is it the one with the monkey?
Where is that?
I must not be that one. Like, I searched your name on YouTube.
It should just be a smug face of me, the same picture that is in
Is
my
it one
PTR.
word, Paul Messier, or is it two
No,
words?
that's my first and last name. So
Do you have, can you link to your channel? That's probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, put it on the side there.
So how do I do that?
Go to YouTube and click on my channel.
Okay.
And then copy and paste the URL. Do 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 do
No.
I feel like just there needs to be an obligatory
Shit.
DFC hate comment.
Okay.
What's up with DFC?
You know he already got a comment
I see
earlier
it,
tonight
I see
from
it.
Paul.
Oh shit.
Who? What? Where? When? What?
Don Forgecast.
Don Forgecast.
You mentioned him earlier.
Oh, I already mentioned him. Yeah.
Today's DFC hate session brought to you by Paul Messier.
Yeah.
No, he said he doesn't like his channel or something, but he
I
likes
just don't.
one
I
of his
just don't
videos.
like his channel. That's all. I don't like some of the content because it's. I feel like he holds back information on his videos, and I would like to hear more of his thoughts. That's the thing. I feel like there's a lot of content there that's filler, and I'd like to hear more of his original. When his channel was younger, I liked it more because of better content overall. Now, I haven't seen a video that he's put up that has been. Well, I can't say that because he does have the character creation video that he's posted, but it's been a long time since he's posted something that had a lot of meat to it. I don't hate the guy.
I know
just think it's
exactly what you're
very
saying.
cool
It feels
what
like he's
done,
skimped on things, and his videos have gotten shorter, and he doesn't tell you anything. It's like hey, go check this out. Da, 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 da.
What I've suggested to him in a couple comments, and he said he'd do this, is create more player and DM-based content, like how to roleplay better this mindset, something like that. And he said he'd do it in the future, but it's been something like 3-4 months, and nothing's happened. Not that anyway, I hold people accountable to what they say. Is really it. So, but it's not that I hate the guy. I don't think it's cool what he did in the past, trying to, dissing other YouTubers with fake accounts, and using his brother's cancer as a shield.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
So that bothers me. But aside from that, I have no problems with the guy. So
Yeah, we don't dislike him. He's just like a live chat meme now for this group of people. He has to be brought up one time, at least in a...
So how do we view the people that are viewers? Because this is...
I don't know who it is. I just know there's 2 people, and I just shared you on Facebook, by the way, and I told a bunch of people to subscribe to you because you're gonna make awesome videos. So there you go.
You bastard! You bastard! Oh man.
Watch, you're gonna end up with like 10 subscribers by tomorrow night. The pressure is on.
So where was this hate session coming from? That comment? Viewers or some? Is this in the chat? I don't see it in the chat.
No, so we've done these live chats now for a couple of weeks, and every now and again, the later these go, the more we get like, I don't know if it's because we get like slap happy or something, but we just our filter is gone, so we'll just say what we think. And some people have taken it as like hate comments, and actually, we always assume we're really hateful, but then other people are like, no, you're just being honest. But I mean, we've talked about the Dawn Forge cast thing, and we've talked about other people, and
We need have the right to an opinion.
Yeah, you got to go back and watch the 7-hour videos though in order to find it.
I think Chepe had it the best when he was like, you heard it here first. We hate X. That's what happens after it gets to a certain point.
But it was basically what you just said. I mean, I had said the same thing you said about Dawn Forgecast channel. I loved his Pathfinder Basics videos where he actually taught you how to play the game. I loved it. Good. Exactly, great videos. And then all of a sudden you get a video that says, player tips, go along with the Dungeon Master's adventure. And that's it.
Player tips, make sure to bring dice.
I'm doing that video tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's funny shit.
But that's what it turned into. And he's a smarter guy than that, and it's like people will watch whatever he puts out now. It doesn't matter if it's garbage, if it's him crapping on the toilet reading a book. People will watch it. Yeah, it's like PewDiePie. PewDiePie is so big now, he could do whatever he wants, and 1 million people will go and watch it.
True.
It doesn't matter if it's good or not.
Yeah.
Whereas if I go and do the same thing, only 30 people are going to watch it, and then they're going to tell me it's garbage, and they're never going to watch my channel again.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
But it's ever since he wanted money for what he does, his content's just gotten worse and worse since then.
I think he's always wanted money for what he does. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think once he started making money for it, he realized I got to keep putting videos out, and I'm out of ideas. Or I need to stretch out these ideas. And at least that's how it comes across. He's just stretching out what little ideas he has at this point.
But your motivation shouldn't be money for this kind of a thing, at least in my opinion, because you're going to hold back. You're not going to be invested in what you're doing, and that's...
depends on your personality. I mean, I'm motivated by money, and I mean, I'm motivated by money and
create good content.
Yeah.
It's your paycheck.
Yeah.
You're right, it depends on what kind of person you are, but it can change the atmosphere completely.
Me and Andrew are racing to 500 subscribers, but I think after today we were talking, I think we're racing to 1,000 too. Just for fun, the competition of who's going to get there first. But
watch me get there.
You will, because you're going to make a video tomorrow and put it up, and you're going to have like 1,000 subscribers tomorrow night.
He'll be the next questing beast, 0 to 1,000 subs.
But no, I mean, I see what you're saying.
It counts by me.
I think your sole passion should not be to get money for doing this. If that's your only reason for doing this, then there's a problem. I do this because I enjoy talking about RPGs. I love meeting people like you, tonight. I mean, this is awesome. You're a cool dude, and I feel like I could talk to you all the time. Obviously me and Andrew have become friends because of this, and I have a WAS D20. I met him through doing this, and he's in my at-home game as well. So I've met some cool people because of this, and I love the dialogue back and forth. That's really what makes me do this, because if nobody was commenting on my videos, I would never talk. I would never do this. It would be stupid and boring. But people like it, and I get to play games with, cool people online. You know, so that's why I do it. But if I could make money off of this, you better believe I'd do it all day, every day.
Definitely, but it's how you treat the content, really, is what I'm trying to get to.
Right.
When you start to produce poor quality content because you're either not getting money out of it, you're trying to make the content last so that you can make more money out of it in the long run, or you're just annoyed because you're not making money for doing this. Those are all problems. And
2, 3,
From-
4.
Like DFC, from what I've seen with other YouTubers who grow to that point and beyond, they drop the quantity of their content releases. Like, he should start scaling back, like do way less releases, but make the releases really big ticket. Because his channel at this point will keep growth without him doing anything.
Right. And I the thing that bothers me too is that he has other people's videos, like other people film stuff, and it goes up on his channel. Now, it's just weird because it's not him. You know, he's not, Geek and Sundry. You know,
I agree.
and I don't like that, so I don't really watch those videos. In fact, I tried, but I can't get into those. You know.
Definitely. You go to Don Forgecast channel to see Don Forgecast.
Yeah. I go there to see Pathfinder, and now I'm not getting Pathfinder anymore.
Yep, it's true. But kind of like me with Ender, I loved his older stuff as well. But now he's going to like the ecology of a specific monster. I preferred it when it was direct GM help, world building step by step. Talking about problems and how you can overcome them, how to build interesting quest seeds or plot hooks and reel people in, create a good gaming atmosphere. That's the important stuff. And it just feels...
Yeah, the monster ecology stuff, that's for his game, so that's in a sense him promoting his game. And
It's
educating his players, educating the people that play that game too.
It's true, and I don't know, I feel like he's dropped a lot of the kind of content that he used to do just because this game came out, and yes, it's great that you came out with a game, and people will support you for that, but I don't go to your channel just to hear about your game and your bundle. If you buy them in PDF form online, just talk to your name. I don't come to your channel.
You heard it here first. Paul hates Main Man.
Oh shit! Even though I've watched every video, and
You heard it here first.
every
Paul hates
video.
Tom Forgecast.
Main Man's preparing a
One
sneak
guy
attack
who
right now,
is,
dude.
Is what is it? Something Shadows. I don't
Runeslinger?
Runeslinger. Yeah, I do not like his videos. They come across as pompous. They really don't communicate the point that he's getting at. Just gotta throw that out.
You are the first person I've heard say that, actually.
Really? I just feel like he dances around the point, doesn't get to it, and I don't know. It's just I've had a lot of problems with it trying to get into his channel because I've tried multiple times. Now I just don't.
So, who's your favorite? Like, give me your top
Sean
5
Connors.
favorite.
Sean Connors, man.
He's number 1?
I'd say number 1 because when I was getting into DMing, before the release of 6th edition or 5th edition, 4th edition, before that release, I was watching a lot of his stuff, and he's always had really top-notch content, regardless of whether he joined a hate group. His content is excellent. And
He joined a hate group?
Yes, in the UK. But he has a very professional. He takes it professionally, and I like that about him. Whereas, I'd say Ander is also in the top 10, or 5 or whatever. Aside from that, I'd have to look at my history, look at other things, because those are the only 2 that come to mind as really excellent YouTubers that helped me get to the point that I'm now at.
What hate group did Sean Connors join, just out of curiosity?
I actually don't know, and that's something that I was told by another user who was kicked out of the brigade because of some weird conflict with Tim.
Was it David Daniel Ducker? This sounds like a triple D.
Let me see. I have mom.
Hey, Paul.
It's Alex Swingle.
Oh.
Hey, Juice. I don't even know your first name, man.
Oh.
Is it Juice?
No. Yeah, my first name's Juice.
Is it Great Drank?
It's whatever you want to call me, man. No, it's my first name's Thomas.
Thomas, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm a fan of Sean Connors too. What do you think of Nerdarchy? Have you watched their videos?
No, I haven't. I have.
They put out some pretty long videos. Usually D&D, but they say that they're system neutral. But right now it's a lot of 5th edition D&D because the new 5th edition came out. But they're pretty good. I mean, it's a group of friends pretty much talking to each other. So it's not like an informative thing like, hey, you should do this, but it's a group of friends sitting down talking to each other. It almost comes across like you're part of the conversation,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you might like it. I mean, I'd be curious tomorrow night to hear what you think about it. So,
For sure.
go watch a bunch of their videos. But yeah.
That makes me think of I'm not going to remember the name of them now, but there's a movie review group that does a lot of is it Red Thumbs or something on YouTube, but they're hilarious and it's a similar idea and they pick out purposely bad movies and then just watch them and review them.
Right. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never seen that.
If I remember that, Red Letter Media. No. Yeah, Red Letter Media.
Who else do you like in the brigade? Like, what other channels do you really like? I'm trying to end it on a positive note.
Yeah, sure. Well, we don't need to. We don't need to, buddy.
Because we are a hate group here. I mean, come on. Let's be honest.
I like some of Tim's stuff, but I feel, again, like he doesn't get to the point, and I really
Tim Harper?
appreciate, I really like people getting to the point.
So you hate my videos? I just ramble.
No, your videos aren't bad.
They're not bad. Oh, great.
They're not bad because your videos actually have a point to them and you're talking about a specific subject.
Gotcha.
Whereas Tim Harper tends to go on and on and on in circles and in random places, and it just doesn't seem to have a goal other than to just talk.
I love Tim Harper's videos.
I know. I mean, he does have good content, and you can tell he improvises a lot.
Yeah, so do I. I have a sentence that I write down, and then I just talk about the sentence for the duration of my camera being on.
Yep, I go all off the cuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah, well, I'm kind of a structure person, so I'm fucked when it comes to liking things like that. Unless it's interesting stuff. I don't like it when it's, well, I turned my oven to 450, and we're going to wait for the brownies to... We're going to put the brownies in there, and we're just going to wait. And the sky is blue. Did you know the sky is blue?
That's how I talk.
My underwear is really, really itchy, and that kind of thing. I can go on with my life without hearing that.
So do you like the Gentleman Gamer?
I feel like he's gone further and further away from giving advice and more to just reviews. It's not that his videos are bad. It's just that he doesn't. I go towards, or I'm drawn towards channels that offer advice.
That educate
that promote interesting ideas or cause you to think about how to do things differently. I don't really watch vlogs or anything of that nature because I have my own life.
And we don't.
Yeah, the Gentleman Gamer, he has had some interesting discussions about things like pedophilia in RPGs or rape in RPGs. Those kinds of subjects are tough to tackle, and it's interesting to hear someone trying to do so, their thoughts on it. That's the kind of thing that I tend to enjoy. People discussing tough things and trying to promote growth. Yeah, Alex Gillett is the one that has kind of a pirate theme, I think, going on along, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I like his videos a lot, but he doesn't produce a lot of videos, at least.
Right. Yeah, it's really rare.
But the content he produces is excellent. I remember there's one where he had like a 3-part series of him just sitting next to, I think it's his own home, but it's like a log cabin.
It's a yurt.
Putting on an accent, and he has like a skull there, and he just goes full on into character about I can't remember exactly what it was about. I think it was about cultures, how we view other races and people, I think. But that was a good video.
I like for instance, A Fistful of Dice and
Yeah, a Fistful of
PhD.
Dice I've watched.
Those two are
That's a good
awesome.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mac. That's right. That's the guy's name. Who does
Matt,
that?
yeah.
Uh,
Matt Click.
He does have some really good thoughts too. And I share a similarity in that I've worked in the video game industry, so I guess that's a plus one.
Right.
But
You heard it
Yeah.
here first, guys. Paul likes pedophilia and rape.
oh yeah,
Commenter actually said that.
oh yeah.
Was that Shepe?
No, they told me on
Check
Facebook.
things out of context.
They're like, oh, you heard it here first. Paul likes rape and pedophilia. That's funny. So his first YouTube video will be about how much he likes rape and pedophilia.
Yeah.
Yeah, tackle the hard topics, the ones everybody dances around.
Yes. Oh, you could really set yourself apart. Just go
Yeah.
right into it. First video. Boom.
If you
Bam.
wanted maximum amount of views on YouTube for your first video,
So here's the algorithm for you to get maximum views.
yes,
Take the-
this is
do
my wizard story. If you want it, what you got to do right now is do one about gender roles, but make it
Fuck
negative.
that. I hate
And link
feminists.
it to the RPG Brigade.
I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. The RPG Brigade is all feminist, if you ask me. Highly dominated by that view.
This is what you
Just
need to
gotta
do.
say that, man.
Number one tip.
I don't need to. Thunderfoot has said everything I need to say.
No. You got to take the Triple D,
Nothing
No.
for me.
the script from Triple D, okay? He only charges like $25.99 for his package, and you can buy his scripts. So you take his scripts, sprinkle in a little bit of misogyny,
Yeah.
and then just be as controversial as you can think of.
Possible.
Try to make
And
as
you're
much money as you
Sarkeesian.
can. Yeah, make as much money as you can, and then boom.
Yeah, being maximally being like just as offensive as you can be is key here. Like you should start out saying something like female characters are good to have in your games because you have to have someone to bring the snacks.
I don't think I want to build that presence, personally.
What? You had
I
me
would
fooled.
I would also prefer if the pedophilia joke does not continue because I do have a couple sisters that have gone through that several times. So I would appreciate that does not go any further.
Yeah.
It won't.
Yeah, we're just fucking around.
But
We
yeah.
don't believe in any of this stuff. We're just assholes.
Don't worry, I'm an asshole too.
It kind of
Yeah,
gets that way when we get past 1 o'clock in the morning.
I think we'll get along really well, Paul, because I think we have similar beliefs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you
All
guys
I
will
need
get
is a
along great
shotgun.
because you have similar beliefs. I'm the nice guy.
Yeah, Juice is an angel.
Uh,
Hallelujah, praise the Lord.